Hello, hello, beautiful humans of the internet. We shall resume our Oathtakers run, day 18. I did a little thinking, a little reflecting on the previous session, and we're probably off to the slowest and worst start, even when considering the tragedy at Hollow Bones, which happened in the Peasant Militia run. We're probably off to the worst start that we have yet. It is partially the fault of the very first oath we took, which lowered the amount of experience we were gaining. Upon reflection, it was still the right choice. I think I felt pretty good about that oath relative to others. I can't even remember what it's called. But this oath of distinction that we've currently got, that we picked up shortly after, this sucks. This sucks so bad. And that's why we're sitting here with a bunch of level 1 and 2 brothers, and we simply can't get past it with this oath in place. All because I misunderstood the burden. Allies means your other bros, not like the experience that you can get from killing your allies, which is very funny. And the boon is so bad because, generally speaking, especially early on in the run, you want to be adjacent to your allies. You just do. And even with the stats to make up for it, those are so minor. They really are. So, Oath Bros is tricky for a Winstreak style of play, huh? Well, I don't think they should be, but I do think I accidentally made it harder. I think we'll be fine. It's still very early. It's currently day 18. This stupid oath will be done at day 22. So we just need to survive until then. We're going to continue to take easy fights. Yeah. That's basically the plan. We got a couple man splitters for our level 2 bros to use. This is ridiculous. What a weird run. The other thing I need to do is our gun build. I realize as well we had a request to name our first ranged character, dedicated ranged bro that we were going to keep long term after Final Overdrive, which I think previously known as Otto here is a pretty good candidate for that. He'll be some sort of nimble initiative gun build. So, what's the best way to play with this oath still in place? I think I still play relatively normally. You know, we still gotta take fights. We still gotta, I don't know, do stuff, I guess. Hey, Akibio. So, given our current, slow and dire circumstances due to these stupid oaths, we've gotta persevere. So I guess I'm just gonna head back up to Kargau and Himmelstadt, and we'll look for contracts. We'll perhaps, take this opportunity to explore to the north, maybe see what's up there. We also did engage in just a, little minor war crime. House Bartholin is hosting Oathbringers. And as Oathtakers, we're totally different to them. So, You can see it here. Rumor has it that their noble blood is plagued with madness and insanity, but no ordinary man dares to utter such claims in fear of their vengeance. That's Oathbringer blood. So they are obviously evil, and we will treat all of their settlements as such. Of course, we don't know where their settlements are, but we'll find them. So, I guess I'll head north, and we'll see what we got to do from there. Getting these man-splitters was definitely strange. Oh, got banged up in a bike wreck. Oh no. Well, I hope you're okay. Some Weird Sins was also banged up in a bike wreck. That's he got it real bad too. So hopefully better than that. But that sucks. Hope you're all right. All right, obtain the fetish of fertility. Well, thought you'd never ask. We can probably do that. Single 1 skull contract. One of these beat down some undead. Totally good with those. We'll need to equip some other weapons, but that's totally fine. Cool. All right, so we'll head down there. We'll equip different weapons than the ones we've currently got, specifically for this fight. The spears are fine against the Ancient Dead, but they're not great. The slings are also not great, but should be okay. Yikes. For what it's worth, look into, because this is something that not everyone knows. Ooh, selling a raging hyena fur for 500. I think I'm gonna take it. We need the money. It's good you're wearing a helmet. Look up Cobra. You may still be entitled to your previous employer's health insurance for up to, I believe, 90 days from the time of your previous employment. You can apply it retroactively, so even if you didn't use Cobra or sign up for Cobra, that's okay. You can still go to the doctor, make a claim on your old insurance, and then retroactively pay just for that period. Look into the details of what that specifically might mean in your state and jurisdiction, but that is a thing that exists. So you still have no universal healthcare. Oh, Bijante, how adorable. Still have no universal health care. This guy, get out of here. What a joker. Yeah, you'll have to, I've never actually had to use it, thankfully. Knock on wood. But certainly may be worth looking into, especially if you feel like it's bad enough that you should go in. You probably should. That's my take anyway. Do what's right for you. I know very well the feeling of, being too poor to pay for stuff. Having basically grown up that way. And the terrible anxiety that comes with that situation and not being able to, pay for the care that is truly needed. Let's see, do I push forward? I think Nixlarfs is fine to push forward there. Cool. All right, I think this is going pretty well. That was one evasive little skeleton. And look at this pittance of experience that we gained from this battle. So depressing. So depressing. But, you know, it is what it is. I was also thinking too, in addition to these experience malice oaths that we've taken, we've done an uncommonly high number of beast fights. And one of the big benefits of beast fights normally is just the experience they give, because they don't give as good a gear. Well, they don't give any gear, right? They're not. Direwolves aren't wielding, you know, spears and swords. At least I hope they never learn. But yeah, so that's another downside, is just like circumstantially, the oaths we picked and the fights we happened to primarily get were not in sync. So a lot of things holding the squad back a little bit. So the sale price here isn't actually that bad. I could sell the furs and spices here. Probably still get a better rate at Himmelstadt, so I'm not going to sell it, but we could consider buying some stuff here. These 76 priced stacks of ammo look awesome, especially when we consider how much ammo javelins use, and we got a couple javelin wielders. We can also switch our equipment back. What if I left the head splitter on Wolfride? 49 melee skill. Maybe I just give him a spear. Maybe I'll give him a reinforced wooden flail. The other things too is we just don't have particularly good bros either. There's a few that are like fine, and they feel worse than normal considering they're all like level 1 and 2. But still, we press on. Whether to buy these tools or not. It's an okay price. Probably should buy some food. Let's see, do they have a winery here at Himmelstadt? They do. Anyway, I was checking if they had a winery to see if I wanted to just buy some. Let's see. Neuenride. Don't know anything about that place. Given that we already have very likely an enemy in, well, this housing of Oathbringers, which is gross. House Bartholin, you know. Anyway, we also have an enemy in a southern city-state. I don't want to make another faction our enemy, I don't think. It would be okay to have two factions that we're sort of opposed to, but that's a bit much. So I'm gonna try to avoid, you know, making more enemies than the ones I've already got. There's a very funny tip on the pause screen of Dota 2 where it says, try not to make any more enemies than the 5 you're already against, or something like that, implying that you don't want to make enemies of your allies. It's very funny. This run's been the most enjoyable one to watch so far. Is it because of the struggle bus? Yeah, the struggle gives better entertainment value, I suppose. I also feel like it's just been weird. It's just been a weird run. It just has. Gelding. Boy, what a title. Debating whether to do this contract. A 3 skull return item contract. It's probably fine. I'm more just worried, because we would like to fight a few sprinkling of raiders to get some armors. As much as you love poachers, that run was won on day 20. It kind of was, actually. Yeah, that run was a little absurd. All right, I think I am going to take this contract. We might have to avoid the fight if it's too much. And I suppose I was going to say I was going to treat the wound. And even though it'll still like let me, it's already going to heal by tomorrow. So this is like a waste of gold. Same with this one. I guess it's not exactly a waste of gold because it would be progress towards the surgeon. For what it's worth. Also, like, to reiterate from earlier, the abundance of beast fights we've had. We've already got the scout, and we could get the scout as our first retinue. Or follower, whatever the language is. Though, interestingly, there's another follower that I've kind of got in mind that I might do instead as the first one, that I kind of hate doing, and I don't want to say it out loud, but I might. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. All right, some thugs, a few poachers, and a raider. That's pretty easy. I'm guessing that the 3 skulls is going to mean that the twist of an extra necromancer on the battlefield will be present here. That's my guess. You're going drill sergeant? Yeah, it might be drill sergeant. That's what I'm thinking. Yep. Honestly, it's like, I was thinking people might, oh, okay, no necromancer twist, might also guess recruiter, which is sadly also kind of tempting. Just to be like, if we get a bit more money, we can just get better bros. But I am looking at drill sergeant, yeah. How about this terrain? Too broke for the recruiter. Yeah, accurate. All right, let's start out by taking a head off. Well, not off. It's still there, presumably. Sergeant, recruiter, scout might be the move. Honestly, that sounds about right to me. That's probably how we'll do it. If I were to guess. All right, we are definitely looking to get this Raider's armor for the record. Okay. Dare you say this fight is going well? I think that is a fair assessment of the current situation. I would say it's going quite well, actually. I just want to make sure we don't take out too many of them before this raider, you know, makes himself available to me. So we could go like here with Wilfried and then he might just run up this way, which I guess is fine. I felt that sneeze coming a mile away. Muted just in time. All right, I think these two are probably going to end up faster than that raider, so. High skill sneezing. Yeah, it takes some serious APM to be able to mute like that. Ooh, I was kind of hoping that wouldn't be lethal because we're getting close to the threshold where enemies start to retreat. One thing I need to do, I should learn, is the specific numbers for when enemies decide to retreat. It's like a certain percentage of their fighting strength. God, I hate the way this guy's moving though. He's being so passive. And I don't have that information memorized, but I should. Are you still gonna do your fencer and stuff with the struggle bus you're on, or you're open to more conventional reliable builds? Oh, yeah, I should let the record state. We have a new command. What a perfect accidental way to demonstrate. Oh, and a new emote. Sadly, I was out of free emotes, or like follower emotes, I guess maybe is a better way of putting it. So I had to take one out, and so Slurgy Noble I had to move it. So only subscribers can do Slurgy Noble, I guess. I'd like them all to be available to everyone, if we're being honest, but is what it is. Anyway, if you look at the fencer build, you'll see that it's not a fencer. But yeah, the Slurgy Chef. There's probably too much going on in too small of a resolution. But I don't care. It was the weakest emote anyway. Sadly, I agree with you. Boy, I'm half tempted to send Wilfried here because of the uphill advantage before this guy can flee. I was gonna try to sort of pincer him and catch him on the side. Actually, I think I like this. Oh, and got the concussion. 28%, hell yeah. The hat carries the emote. Yeah, I did make sure that the hat was fully visible. And the thing that's hard to see in the emote is it's the Black Marsh stew, or whatever that provision is called, that is dropped by Hexen. Yeah, exactly. It's just Overwhelmed Sword Lance, which I agree should be very good tempo for this run. And speaking of tempo, let's let this kill be taken by... Oh, can he not Oh, he's up too high. Okay. So then he can't run there either. Yeah, okay. Boy. Okay. Wait a minute, did I screw this up? X and 6 and X and 5. Okay, no, we're good. We're gonna let Nick's Larfs get this kill, since we have got the Oath of Distinction going. Yeah, we're gonna be looking for easier fights down the line, and efficiency will matter, absolutely. Yep, those are all very true statements. Cool, and we got this patched mail shirt. Wow, that is a good deal. 2180. I mean, it was a well-paying contract. What was the payout? It was like 810, something like that. 2180. Hey, Thetic Acrasia. Yeah, the best stories have a dip. Exactly. Your protagonist has to struggle. Otherwise, what's the point, you know? If it doesn't look like Goku's getting beat up by Cell so he can go SSJ 9000 and overcome with a 6-episode long Kamehameha wave, what's the point, you know? I don't understand why this oath is so bad based on the wording. I don't think it's supposed to be so crippling. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I kind of think I skipped the deal here too, but the reason is almost purely because this is a very, very important place for us to sell stuff, both now and in the future. I don't know. This is an awful lot of crowns. There is also the consideration of if you get your reputation too low, and I don't even know all the things that affect it, but presumably this would be one of those things. There is a negative event where your Oathtakers lose mood, and it's dramatic if you have a bad moral standing. So I think we're paid to return it, and that's what we'll do. But yeah, there's a special event that involves this little scale of how good or not good you are. I don't even know all the things that affect it. Probably that would have been a good idea for me to know for certain going into this run. But I don't. So we'll just have to go around the map doing the right thing, you know, whatever that means. But yeah, if we look at our relationship to Himmelstat, very friendly. That is good. We probably could have, you know, gone against him and it would have been fine, but this'll be good. We did actually manage to get a couple levels here, kind of a miracle. Let's just go pure offensive stats on Hilmar. And I guess gifted, just so he can hit stuff. And let's grab a little more fatigue so that even with this partially collapsed lung, he can throw these javelins a little bit more. Elberic here. What's his destiny? He's got a missing nose, and he's like, honestly, these are pretty good level 1 stats. I still think he's probably basically just going to be a Zergling. I'm wondering whether I could or should use the 46 range skill. It's not bad. The other thing to consider too is, so this place has arrow maker's shed. This location has an arrow maker's shed. It must. Oh yeah, there it is. Because it had the extra stacks of cheap ammo. So we have 2 places with arrow maker's sheds. That's not something I usually consider as part of my like overall decision-making process, but in this case, there's enough sort of concentrated arrow maker's shed and current situation where, you know, I can very easily afford the ammo at this part in the run, which does make this kind of teetering on the edge decision maybe lean towards wanting to make use of this range skill. So I think I will, actually. So we'll give him fast adaptation and a stack of javelins. You know, why not? We also could, as a backup weapon on Hilmar, give him a short bow. I think that would be okay. Better than the staff sling. We'd have to give him quick hands before he can like really use it. This is kind of just for AI manipulation more than anything, but we might shoot an arrow or two. You know, could happen. An arrow or two might fly. Let's hand out some armors. We'll have to decide too. Akibio will probably also be. Oh, we'll see. Unclear. Right now we're just going to leave him with the Mansplitter. I think that's fine. 59 melee skill. You know, scratch that. Let's do this. A beast slayer, that's right. A slayer of beasts, if you can believe it. Okay, I think that's a better use of our current equipment. We've got a lot of throwers now, a lot of stacks of jabs, which I think I'm good with. Good choice indeed. All right, so we have a contract to Tarwa we could take. But nah, let's head north. Let's see what's to the north. Definitely gonna sell the furs and spices for a pretty penny. And I think we sell most of this stuff. We're gonna leave the better shields. I might keep one head splitter in case we need to fight Ancient Dead. Can be a weapon we pull out as necessary. Let's see, do I need to give a pocket knife to anyone? No, I don't. Your guy isn't that talented, but he tries real hard. I know that feeling. sounds like Xerxes does too. Xerxes? How should I pronounce that? All right, we'll keep, you know, a little bit of spare gear. I don't even know if I want to call this gear. Some spare stuff, just a little bit. I'm not worried about, you know, filling up the cart or anything. At least not right now. this stuff doesn't matter that much in price anyway. And we've actually got a decent amount of money. I could hire a retinue. I could, I can't quite hire the drill sergeant yet, can I? It's weird to have the scout available as my first follower and probably not even wanting to do it. I don't feel like the drill sergeant, we're not quite there. We'd want a little bit more spare crowns, and I think we'll get more value once this oath is done. So we're gonna hang with the free retinue slot for now. Yeah, saving for drill sergeant makes a lot of sense. I think so too. The C is an S, otherwise it sounds like circus. So, Circus. And you're not always a clown. But maybe sometimes. All right, heading into unknown territory, following a lot of footsteps here. We got a trading caravan from Cargyle. Another trading caravan from Tarwa. At some point, we may have an opportunity to take out a trading caravan from El Hadet, which, if guarded by conscripts, could have some sword lances for us. So that could be a way of getting some, you know, early-ish. Hey, Blackfire, oh boy. The big thing you missed was Slurgy's reading comprehension, misunderstanding of the Oath of Distinction, which basically means like we're getting almost no experience for a full 10 days, which came at a time when we really needed experience. So this has been a pretty slow and challenging run, more than it maybe should be. All right, so we got another city from this noble house. Town, whatever you want to call this. And we do have a contract to fight Ancient Dead. I think we'll take that. Even 2 skull. We'll need to make use of the head splitter and the short sword. Maybe just the head splitter. All the other weapons, I guess, can stay. Hilmar can equip this. And Kibio can pull this out. Sure. Something like this should be fine. You got a new job and your new boss is a clone of me, even down to the baldness. I'm sure he's beautiful. It wouldn't happen to be a German man named Jakob, would it? Because I know there's a doppelganger of me out there. From some dude named Jakob from Germany. I think I told that story before. It was so weird. Well, I hope your boss is like, you know, a good person. Otherwise, you know, you'd hate for there to be secondary associations that aren't positive. I know, like, when I was in school, my older brother was more of a troubled child, whereas I was like a pretty good kid. And a lot of teachers genuinely treated me unfairly because I looked and in some ways acted like my brother. It was not cool. Okay, we're gonna set up a formation ready to fight some Ancient Dead. You'd work for Slurgy? Yeah, I don't have any intentions of working my way up to like management type positions in any job. I would never want to have employees unless I started a business. Then I guess it might be necessary. So if I start a little, you know, I don't know, brewery, coffee shop, trading card game, knitting shop, winery, cafe, then I suppose I would need an employee or two. Mercenary troop. Sure. Alright, so we got an unexpected fight against some webnects. I'm gonna back up a couple hexes just so that when they make contact they can't put me in the web. I think I've got good enough weapons out that, like, this is fine. So yeah, we backed up sufficiently. Now we should just be able to take him out. One and done. The other fun thing about this oath is we know, well, what do we know? I don't know, how much EXP is a normal webneck worth? I'm not sure. Anyway, we gain our 125 for that whole fight. But yeah, if I start a mercenary troop, I'll have to hire some bros. Oh, Nixlarf's the advantage of not going to bed on time. Congratulations to you for your irresponsible staying up too late spirit. I know that one very well. All right, we got a lot of ancient auxiliaries here. 10 of them. So we'll wait across the board, let them move, and back up. We could simply back up one hex, and I think we will. You never played Oathtakers is the experience rewarded at the end of the oath. Not like the missing experience from this oath. No. Sadly. We're just playing at an obnoxious deficit. Each of the oaths has like an upside and downside, but they're not necessarily all equal. Oh yeah, it's gone. Oh yeah, we lost the momentum. The momentum loss is serious. It really is. Okay. Nice. This skeleton is dazed. What is a skeleton experiencing when they are dazed? Couldn't tell you. Oof. Hilmar. Taking some hits. We are struggling to hit these ancient dead. There we go. Woof. Okay. All right. So we took a few slashes there on a couple bros, but hey, silver bowl. That's really nice. And we got some helmets too. So the other fight where we fought against some undead, we didn't really get that many, but these ancient household helmets are actually pretty nice, and they come at a good time, I think, for us. Why don't skeletons fight each other? Is that like a knock-knock joke? Is there a punchline? I hope so. I feel like that should be a joke. If it's not, it should be. Because they don't have the guts. There it is. God, I love that. That's good. Love it. I like that. That's some good like dad humor, and I appreciate that. It's the perfect amount of stupid, and I mean that in a good way. Let the record state. All right. It fits the build archetype that we're planning on doing with our fencer. Again, exclamation mark builds does exist now with our new emote. And we've got this, you know, we got this fancy pole arm. We got this bill hook ready for us. So this works well for me. We are blessed by another level up where we could choose between +4 hit points and +6 initiative. Both totally great and valid. I think we'll grab the 6. This could either be 5 or 6 based on the 3 talent stars. So I guess in a sense it rolled higher than the hit points. Fencer? Oh, well, then you might want to check the link. Yes, I guess you're still going to be disappointed. Stick fencer, so to say. Yeah. Yeah. They will be using a sword, in a way. Yeah, let's grab the resolve here. I think especially with irrational. Yeah, it's the tempo fencer, exactly. And should I just give Wilfried fast adaptation? Help him hit stuff? I think so. Okay. Let's return. Get our quest reward. Only 2 more days and then we can really start, you know, playing the run. Slurgy cooking again? Exactly. Exactly. Which, you know, we got a new emote too. I just think it's fun. It felt right. That was the suggestion of Manifest Destiny's Child. Thank you, if you're here. Or I'll express my gratitude later. Great idea. All right, so we've got a couple bros here that I might hire. Millers are nice. Millers are kind of like farmhands, but without the problems to their resolve. But realistically, we're not too hurt by the resolve problems because we start out with a god tier banner. So let's just get a squad of 12. On other origins, I might wait at this point until I get the ambition to get 12 bros and then immediately complete it, just to keep that sort of ambition train rolling for mood elevation and tons of like renown and keeping all the tempo going. Oathtakers don't have that luxury. So we'll just hire up to 12 now. So let's get these two. Let's see how they are. Wernhard. Okay. Hey, Wernhard's not bad. He'll work. He'll work well enough anyway. this particular trait is mucho gusto. I'm a big fan of determined. And Eric, well, Eric's not so mucho gusto. Muy mal. He's no good. Isn't a farmhand better than a miller? They get a lot of HP and fat for free and just like -3 res. Yeah, I mean, so I think in this situation, I agree. The farmhand is better. I tend to, as far as like super early game hires, avoid anything with a penalty to resolve, purely from the perspective of like negative morale cascade. I shouldn't say I avoid everything. Like, I just evaluate resolve more important than the other secondary stats, if that's a way of thinking about it. So yeah, and we're past that point, right? And as soon as we've got like an extra 11 resolve just sort of on everyone, I guess at that point I don't care. I'm happy to purchase a farmhand, which is why I did. Even though Eric, of course, sucks. But that's okay. We can give him a hat, we can give him a pointy stick, and we can say, go, do stuff, be cool. Yeah, Eric's pretty bad. Wernhard's good though. As soon as we started with the banner, we were past that point. Exactly. Yeah, and what's interesting is I would have been really happy to recruit some farmhands from the beginning because of that point exactly. But I don't think, I could be wrong on this, but I don't think I had a single farmhand offered for hire down here at all. And if I did, he's probably one of these bros. I just don't remember. I'm not sure. He's probably on the obituary list, I would guess. I'm not sure. Yeah, Wernhard has the best trait for sure. Determined is muy excelente. I don't know why I'm speaking Spanish. I don't need to do that. We can give them better armors. Just a little. The backliners, even if all they're wearing is like a linen tunic, that's fine as long as they've got like a real helmet. That'll be good enough protection, and we're just going to avoid them making too much melee contact as much as possible. Because it's that good, presumably. All right, we're gonna buy a little more food. And I might sell the super cheap gear that we're hanging on to. Maybe. And just hang on to like the silver bowl. I guess we'll probably see another opportunity to sell. It'll be pretty minimal impact anyway. Nothing we have is really worth all that much. And let's see, we are basically almost right in the center of the map. We've got roads forking left and right. This one's going through forest and it's nighttime. Otherwise I would move towards the center of the map. But again, given that it is about to be nighttime, I think we want to avoid the forests, at least for now. Is there a leader whom of which in that he dies you lose the game? Not in this origin, however, in the Lone Wolf origin, the shtick of that one is that you, as the mercenary captain, are the leader, and that you are also a bro on the battlefield. And in that case, if the Lone Wolf dies, you die in real life. No, you just lose the campaign. Okay, we've got a few raiders and some raiders and a few poachers. It's not that way in Urtuk if your main character dies, good game. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think there's enough. I think if that were the case in Battle Brothers, it would be kind of unfun, actually. I can't articulate exactly why without knowing how Urtuk plays, but it wouldn't really work in Battle Brothers, I don't think. At least for regular campaigns. Lone Wolf is its own thing. Hey, Arzonica. Awesome, glad to have you here. Glad you're here live. Sorry I don't, you know, live a structured enough life to have a set schedule. I realize that's inconvenient for people. I know this. I'm no dummy. Willkommen. As an expert at the German language. Yeah, die in the game, die in real life. All right, so a few poachers, some brigand raiders. I think I want to take this fight. I'm also thinking, even though we've still got this stupid Oath of Distinction. No. I was gonna say I might just hire the drill sergeant now before this fight, just for a little bit of extra, you know, little extra EXP. But I don't know, then I'm left with 2 days worth of wages. And there might be things I want to buy or use the money on, like cheap tools. So I think I will not hire the retinue quite yet. So yeah, I think I am going to take this fight, given that the team is still largely all level 1 and 2. And we're wearing, you know, sackcloths. This represents some challenge. Who is canonically making the decisions? It's you as the squad leader. You are just not on the battlefield. They do reference you in that way. Okay, so we've got 2 pikes. We want those. We want those pikes. We also want these armors. But we mostly want the pikes and to not lose brothers. Okay, we've got 3 bros that are within arm's reach of hitting this guy with reach weapons. We don't know at the moment whether these are upper or lower raiders. At least I don't believe so. So we don't know if they have polearm mastery. So we don't know if they can move to an attack. Not exactly relevant for this turn, but still thinking about next round. So if we have Nixlarfs go first, we can attack and then move out of the way. Then the Chaucer can fill in that spot, and then Albrecht can also get in and attack. But we're not paying you to miss, buddy. Excellent. All right. So between those 3 attacks, took out one of the raiders already. Hell yeah. They do reference you in that way? Yeah, they do. Yeah, exactly. That's just one of the origins. And I think that is why Lone Wolf is so popular. I think that does appeal to people, understandably. They like the idea that they are, you know, out there on the battlefield mixing it up. I'm good being a cowardly captain. Okay. All right, I'm gonna move Eric here and then Bijante down below him. I'll go ahead and shield wall, I guess. We'll just get shield walls going. Yeah, starting with a hedge knight that doesn't get paid is pretty cool as well. Yeah, it's very powerful, despite still being pretty difficult because there's a lot of power in numbers in this game. Okay. So we could go here. One nice thing about Polearm Mastery too is that the conjunction of action point reduced to 5 and no longer having a penalty for attacking targets directly adjacent kind of has a double bonus of being able to easily participate in the surround bonus. We're not going to do that here because I'm going to have Bijante move to that hex, but for illustrative purposes, if I wanted to attack on this turn, you know, I could go here and attack. I'm not going to. And in fact, because Bijante could one-shot the guy, I might wait on final overdrive. Okay, or that guy goes to that hex. That's fine too, honestly. Bullhorn formation. I'm not familiar. Hey, nice attack, Bijante. What was that, like a 23, 26? What was that percentage? 26. Hitting them 26 percenters, you'll love to see it. Okay. Could go for a stun here. No, let's just take this guy out. And then we're gonna hope for armors to come later. Bingo. All right, we got that guy running, and we want that armor. There we go. Excellent. Shiv's out, boys. Imagine. Your squad is run down, and suddenly all the mercenaries put away their weapons, and they go right for the knives. Okay, and I think I am going to let either the Chaucer or Nixlarfs get the final hit here, which I guess matters to us because of the particular oath. May as well get the experience somewhere we know it will have a permanent home. Got the padded leather, got a pike, got a nasal helmet with rusty mail. This item, by the way, can only be found on upper Brigand Raiders. Cool. Shaka Zulu used this strategy to conquer much of southern Africa in the 1800s. Bullhorn formation is when you got dudes flanking either side, called them the horns, and the toughest, tankiest dudes in the center, called the chest. Interesting. Pretty cool. Getting into melee with shivs drawn should incur such a large result. Mouse is such a power move. No kidding. Yeah, PvP version of this game would be really interesting. Also, hello, the Chaucer. It goes well. You're still alive. It goes as well as it can given the slow start imposed by our current oath. I was going to call it an ambition. The oath that we've taken. The oath of slowing ourselves down. Kind of against our own will. Yeah, we're still in the stupid oath. But we're making it work. We're making it work. Let's get a nice long fighting line, I think. We're still, you know, fielding a pretty okay force here, given just at the start of this stream, it was a lot worse than this. No, I don't think you can. There's no X. There's no nothing. We're stuck with this. This is just our situation. If it could be canceled, I would have wanted to cancel it right at the beginning. Like right when I figured out what it really was. I had to say, mood be damned. It sucks. Yeah, only 2 more days. Only 2 more days. And then there's, you know, we'll gain extra renown if one of our men levels up 3 times. I'm fairly sure the bro that leveled up 3 times, it's probably Nixlarf's. Would have been cool if the lost EXP was instead given to the bro who got the killing blow. Exactly, right? So that it's not just like a net loss. But I didn't know how it worked when I clicked the button. Some people from chat did know. I was informed shortly thereafter. And it hurt. It hurt real bad. There's a great irony to like my session 0, or like my intro, when I was like, I'm not gonna get into the oaths and specifically what they do, because we'll make decisions when the time comes. Boy, did that come to bite me. Like, somebody should have clipped his face when he found out how it worked, LOL. I mean, it's on YouTube. I have to imagine I made a face. There's no way I didn't. An exaggerated slurgy face. Mouth gaping open, shocked, disgusted. Okay, we've got a supply caravan from House Bartholin. Now, we know they've been housing Oathbringers. Many footmen. We're not going to fight many footmen quite yet. Most of our squad is level 1 after all. Level 1 and level 2. I guess we're mostly level 2 now. Yeah, we're not going to fight that quite yet. We've got better gear and the pikes will help, but that's just... the arming swords will take us right out. So, discretion is the better part of valor after all. Yeah, we definitely won't pick a bad oath again, exactly. Also, I don't know if it was intentional, but hue instead of hue or whatever. That's funny. That's a pun. That's like an internet laughing in other languages mixed with English language pun. That's good. But it's true. I don't get much more pale. I'm pretty pale. Alright, we're definitely going to fight these raiders. This is a good fight for us. Another opportunity for some armors. And do we have enough crowns now to just say, screw it. Let's get the drill sergeant. Screw it. Let's get the drill sergeant. Soldiers normally win battles, but generals normally take credit. Accurate to this game too. Okay. Not too scary. Not too scary of a lineup of raiders. Yeah, 40 puns, exactly. Alright, let's move forward and get melee contact existing on the battlefield to make him charge a little more recklessly. I think that's a good idea. And I like this hex. Also puts the direwolf pelt attachment on top of that raider. Excellent. Humility is probably the best oath for us next. Which one is that? What does that one do? Boon, your main gain 10% more experience burden. You have 25% fewer. Oh yeah, that was an option for us at as our very first one, which I opted not to take because I wanted the crowns. I still think that was right to do, but let the record state. Ooh, the Chaucer hitting him in the head. That's good. Anyway, let the record state that. Though it wasn't good for us then, it would be good for us now. Hopefully we got that armor. We won't know till we find out. Let's see. And let's go here. So we'll go ahead and shield wall. Could have maybe just put Barkhood in melee range with him instead of letting him move up and attack once. That probably would have been better, actually. Alright, I'm gonna keep shield walling around the flanks because I'm thinking we may be able to get both of these armors. Just kill him, let's just use the ammo. I think that's fine. Okay. Shields out, my dudes. Not shields. Daggers. Daggers out. I wonder if it's enough resolve checks. I was gonna say, putting the direwolf pelt attachment next to him I think seems worth. Could try to go for a stun here. Do it at the end of the round. There we go. Got one fleeing. Got the stun. Knives Out, that is a movie. You honestly think pulling out daggers should impose a morale check? Not actually mechanically, but lore-wise. Yeah. I also think... Oh, and maybe I should be... Oh no, Akibio getting the killer I think is good. Barkhood, maybe not. We'll give this one to Next Larfs. I I think missing eye, Vigilante would be fine too. Yeah. Missing eye should give a resolve AoE debuff, just like the Direwolf Pelt Mantle. Make it small, just 5. But like, if you're fighting someone who's missing an eye, I don't know, dude. That's pretty scary, I think. I wouldn't want to fight someone who's missing an eye. Like, if they're missing an eye and they still want to fight, I don't want any part of that, you know? Hey. Alright. I think. Alright, we got a worn mail shirt, a patch mail shirt, 2 nasal helmets with rusty mail, and a smattering of weapons and other such things. Very nice, lovely, lovely. In Project Zomboid, if the character is blind in one eye, it reduces the width of their cone of vision. That's kind of cool. I mean, that's what it does in this too. It lowers their vision if they're missing an eye. -2 vision and -50% ranged attack, I think is what that permanent injury does, if memory serves correctly. Alright, we'll play the old armor hand-me-down game. We almost have like real armor on everyone now, which is awesome. And by real armor, I mean, you know, Briggy armor, but still, we're happy with that. That'll work for us. We're pretty happy to have Raider gear at this point. That is a blessing for us at this point in the run. This has been a much more productive session, despite still being in that terrible oath. But it will end soon. Yeah, Sins' statement about figuring out what the Oath of Distinction does is very funny. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, this is, I think we're in an okay spot now, actually. So I need to decide what type of bro is a Kibio gonna be. Do I make use of that ranged attack, or do I say, nah? He's also somewhat fast at 110 initiative, for what it's worth. Makes the streak more impressive 100%. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, look, playing through adversity for me is fun, and I think it's entertaining, so I guess it's a win-win sort of situation. Interestingly enough, Akibio would have made a great banner if we didn't already start with like a god tier banner. I'm actually not sure what I took on the first level up. I'm not sure whether I beefed up range skill or not. Probably not, but I might have. Maybe dodge Nudie Fuel's MDF. Yeah, he's like on the cusp of something like that. I think it'll be tough to make him a dodge newt, having already taken fast adaptation. Just because even though fat newts have like a decent amount of like free perks, having already taken fast adaptation makes that harder. I think he'll probably just be like a Zergling-y frontline build. I think that's probably it. Could he be a bad spear bro maybe? I mean, maybe, honestly. Excuse me. He could be like a tempo spear bro. Wouldn't really want fast adaptation on that bro, but that's fine if it's a dead perk. I think I'm okay just making him like a bad sort of tempo hybrid. I don't love taking the +2 in range skill here, but I think I might. I don't know. No, maybe not. I mean, he's got decent melee stats. I don't think I should. I think I should make him like some sort of Zergling-y frontliner. I think that just makes more sense. He's right close to being able to just be an initiative build. I mean, he could be the fencer build, pretty close to it. Some sort of approximation of that. I think that would be fine. Give him like polearm mastery. Make it a team of fast boys. And then we'll grab dodge again because the initiative's pretty high. Also has decent fatigue. Like, it's a decent bro. I do want to use him. Like he's right on the cusp of a bro I just want to keep on the company the whole time versus one that's slotted to be replaced. Like, he's right on the cusp. All right, final overdrive. An initiative gun build of some form, some flavor, some variety. We'll figure out the perks kind of on the fly. We are going to make this we're not going to make this a forge build, I don't think. There's not quite enough stats to get away with that, so it's not going to be like an oops all guns frontliner, I don't think. Right, because we're gonna roll this initiative and sort of milk that stat. And he's got wildly good melee defense, so, and really good melee skill, despite getting a little bit of a, negative from brute. That's okay though. Does the end game for every start look the same when it comes to equipment? Assuming there's a very limited list of equipment that's worthwhile in the end game. I mean, I would say each run I've had very different looking squads and very different looking bros. It is still the same sets of equipment, like, that exist in each, but you kind of find the niche for each bro. So the answer to your question is kind of. It's not that limited of a list, but it is kind of a limited list. I don't have a great answer to that question. It's kind of insightfully true, but it's also not quite. I mean, it's kind of true. It is kind of true. And we'll grab dodge here, for sure. Dodge, relentless, we'll figure it out from there. I'm like kind of okay with, oh boy, there's not a soul here who isn't scared. Vigante, +2 resolve, hell yeah. Senftenberg? It's a hard one to say. Well, we know there's like a weird road going out this way from Granite Fest. So presumably that's gonna link up to some cities here on the edge of the map, which is kind of weird. So the challenge of each run, or each start, just to get to the end game where everything is basically the same? I mean, no, not really. Because, like, yeah, I don't know. I think if you were to just, if you were to find the YouTube, like, playlists for each of my runs. At the very end of each run, I do like a little capstone of the bros and their builds. I do something kind of wildly different almost every single one. So I've got bros that look nothing like any bro I've ever built in most of those runs. And I played this game for many hours. Yeah, hello YouTube. So yeah, I mean, I would say the end game, in a sense, it kind of looks the same, but that's more from the perspective of what the enemies are like. Like, I know what a big orc camp is going to be like, always. But as far as what the squad looks like, and their weapons, and the bros, and the equipment that we're using, actually, there's pretty good variety. And some of it is a little ham-fisted, like a little intentional, like trying to force certain things. Hey, look at that. Ellenberg, home of the Oathbringers. But some of it is circumstantial. Last run being oops all guns, for example. That's not something I planned on. You demand to know how many hours? Well, okay, I'm gonna give you a number, but know that this number isn't correct, because there was a long period where I would open the game and then just like not close it for literal like days. But my Steam playtime at this moment is 3,230 hours. A lot of that is AFK. I don't know how much, but it's still not as much as my playtime for Dota. Make of that what you will. Now let's see if this is the end of the road. It looks like it is. Ellenberg is a terminal stop here. Less than you would have guessed, to be honest. Thanks, I think. Fucking legend. You have 2,000 hours in Battletech, and that's legit? Oh shit, how much time do I have in Battletech? 453. That's mostly legit. Battletech's really fun. No life slurgy? Indeed, for sure. Dude, I just love video games. I love video games. I just do. I just love them. They're the best. The highest tier of gear is all uniquely generated when it drops. The gear rolls its stats and is really hard to get to, and that adds a lot of variation. Oh, for like yeah, if you're referring to like named items, yeah, that's a big part of it is, you know, the randomization of named items. That's like the highest, that's the best stuff. And that's the things that definitely give a lot of variety. Only 4,000 hours in PoE. That is a lot. No, I've never played Darkest Dungeon. I've heard good things. Don't love going through this forest at night right now. Yeah, I almost feel like super endgame in Battle Brothers is just named gear though, which is kind of pretty variable by default, right? It's because it's kind of just what the game throws at you. When everyone's kitted out in named gear, you still end up with quite a lot of variety. $20,000 hours in Europe. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I heard that Darkest Dungeon 2 wasn't as well received, which is too bad. Oh, sure, I see what you're saying, Xerxes. Yeah, you could just farm until you get like all barbarian chosen axes on everyone. Okay, so unfortunately I can't do anything with our money here because Well, because we don't have much. These are very cheap tools. We need tools. We need to make wages. I think what I'm going to do is sell enough stuff. Well, okay, so I'm going to buy 1 stack of tools, and then I'm going to sell enough stuff where I've got 2 days worth of wages I can pay. I think that'll put me in about the right spot. I don't want to feel like desperate to sell stuff. So yeah, something like this. We'll also free up a little bit of caravan space. I think that makes sense too. Okay. Blackfire, that's beautiful but also horrifying. I don't know where you get all these emotes, but they're pretty incredible. Okay, so I guess let's explore what's down this road. We do know, basically, houses, noble houses tend to geographically clump, generally. And so I think we can expect that this noble house is going to have a monopoly on the very north. House Bartholin. Whereas House Folsach, I think we should expect mostly down here. So if we head between these 2 points, we should probably hit another town from this House Folsach with this white and blue flag. You still pissing off that one noble house? Yeah. I mean, they've housed Oathbringers. Hooray! We are finally done with this God-forsaken oath of distinction. Praise Anselm. We are free. We are free of this obligation. As Oathtakers. Let's not really... Well, we do, I mean, we still get 3 choices. We just will have to choose more intelligently. Okay, so we have a hunter, which would be nice to purchase. We've got a kennel with some doges, which we would like to buy, but won't be able to. And a really great town as far as purchasing tools and medical equipment, or medical supplies, because of this gatherer's hut. And I guess, does the leather tanner reduce the price of tools? Did your level 5 guy get bonus EXP? I don't think it's bonus EXP. I think what we get is bonus renown from having one bro gain 3 or more levels, at least last I checked over the tooltip. I don't think there's bonus EXP. All right, so let's explore the wilds between these 2 points, I guess. A little sketch. It's okay, misreading is apparently my specialty. Or at the very least, the most charitable definition, I misunderstood what the oath even did to begin with, so we're in the same boat, I guess. Yeah, this is the pathing that is the shortest path, apparently. Thank you, Dykstra, for your A-star algorithm. The watermill happens to be on the way. That would be a location for a legendary fight if we were to progress to that point. But it is a very fun fight gated behind a very obnoxious fight in the Kraken. And the Kraken is notably, I didn't talk about it because I usually don't bother doing it anyway, but in this particular origin, that's like a literally like unfightable fight. At least with the strategy I like to employ. Where you need the Goblin Trophy to not get nabbed. Alright, so we got some undead footprints. Let's find where they're coming from and where they're going. Okay. So it's regular zombie undead. We sold most of our spears, which is too bad, because that's what we would like to use for this fight. Oh my. That's a good one. What advice do I have for talking to girls? That they are humans just like boys, and that you should treat them like your fellow humans. That's my advice. They have joys and interests, concerns and other such things just like the rest of us. Tell them how many hours you spend on your most played game. You could try it. But expressing genuine interest in anything is appealing on many different dimensions to most people. So in all seriousness, if you do have a game you really like, and someone's obviously not totally put off by your interest, express it. Explain why it's cool. They might agree with you. My wife, who is not a gamer, very much knows how much time I spend on them. But we each have our own interests and we care about each other. And that's the key. All right, so it looks like, based on initiative order, from what I'm seeing at the bottom, looking at Hilmar as a metric point of 95 initiative here, necromancers often come out to close to 90-ish. So let's see, where's Akibio? 88? Yep. Between 95 and 88. So there's a necromancer and 3. And so we're already in the second half of the round. So those are really fast enemies. So it's 3 Geists, 1 Necromancer, and 11 wiedergangers. It's a tough fight. How bad is this fight with our current levels? That's the real question. We also don't have great weapons for extended conflict. These man splitters, because we don't have mastery, are a full whopping 20 fatigue to swing. So we're gonna have to swap weapons. This is like a somewhat sketchy fight, actually. Even though normally I fight this kind of fight pretty confidently at this point in the run, even with these bad levels. The lack of dedicated spear bros that are any good. No dogs. Somewhat scary loadouts. Lots of Scramasaxes. Actually, to be honest, most of the weapons are about the same. Scramasax being slightly scarier. You remember what happened with the last sketchy fight? I do. I do. It went poorly. A woman told you you may court me if you defeat the late game crisis. Well, there you go. Then you should defeat that late game crisis. I think we run from this, unfortunately. It's a fight that could go well. But isn't guaranteed to go well. Our current loadout is not good for this long, protracted sort of fight. It just isn't. So, we run. They chase, we run. It's just an agreement, you know? I know the rules, and so do they, you know? Not gonna check if our bones are full or not. Nope. Our bones are not hollow. But we'll come back. The Crypt of Midnight. We'll do it later. I could see what's to the east of Granite Fest. I'm sort of tempted. But I think I want to get to Himmelstadt, sell some stuff, in particular this silver bowl. I think that's what I want to do. Could come back for this bleached out ruins. We dodged it earlier. Might still be too tough of a fight for us. We'll just fight this random group of undead. Yeah. Something wimpy and easy like this. Talking to women about gaming unless you're already physically acquainted with them is a great way to be stuck with Madame Palm and her 5 friends. I mean, sure. If she's not interested, then she's not interested, and that's okay. You found a person who, you know what? Maybe you should be curious about her interests. If you are so inclined. They might be cool. Alright, I guess I'll just pass the turn all around the board here. Could save a little ammo. Pull out the bow. You know the rules, and so do I. They might be cool, but let's be honest, they're probably not. Sure, most people aren't. Most interests aren't, but they might be. You never know. And if a person's not interesting, you move on. Alright, so let's make it so that these geists jump over and don't have an opportunity to scream at us. Where'd you meet your lady? We were set up by mutual friends, actually. We were very reluctant to go on a date with each other because we were happy being single. The great irony. That whole you find it when you're not looking thing? Yeah. For sure. I was not looking, she was not looking. I was like anti-looking, if anything. I won't say like actively trying not to find someone, but kind of. Oh, stabbing a ghost. Oh, we tried to poke the ghost. Poking the ghost uphill. Didn't work. Ow! Rude. Alright, let's get the For the Company buff in range of Eric here. We'll see if it makes a difference. Okay. Well, it may have made a difference, but you know. Weird maybe bot in the chat? Unclear. Hey, hey, careful, Eric. Eric, my buddy, my boy, my pal. Wow, that Geist chose not to scream, but to do the attack just to finish off poor Eric. Wow. Imagine buying viewers to stream Battle Brothers. That's their business plan, no kidding. Yeah, I don't know. It's, you know, there are people who are desperate for validation, and if they can get it from a view count, the money is not what they're after. There we go. You're more of a spendy viewer? Yeah. Yeah, I've, I have no comment, I don't know. Twitch is a weird place. But it's cool. I'm pretty happy with the little community that I accidentally formed. Like, seeing the same general people in chat, having, like, seemingly cool people with cool interests, with funny jokes. I don't know. It's kind of nice. I didn't expect to like it. I kind of expected to do this just for the purposes of making an official recording of win streaking every origin. I didn't expect to actually enjoy streaming, in all honesty. So, who saw that coming? Not me. All right, Zuri here. I'm thinking about doing something. So Zuri's got pretty good initiative too. At 110, like that's the highest you can possibly roll as a day teller. And that's among the best you're gonna roll on any lowborn, and even honestly most origins, or backgrounds rather. we're gonna cook. We're gonna make some stuff happen. This run's gonna be a fun one. We'll grab dodge for now. We'll see what happens the next level up to decide how we want to allocate our gifted stat points. Whatever it is, if it's weird, do it. Oh, we're cooking. And the thing about the dish that we're cooking up, let's see, can I think of an accurate food analogy? No, I can't. So I'll just explain the actual mechanics. There is some benefit to multiple brothers all taking overwhelm because, so it's a percentage reduction of the enemy's melee skill that happens when they get hit by overwhelm. But unlike a lot of things in the game that are like multiplied, like a geometric series, I don't know why I have to put that in the weird math terms, where they're like multiplied together. For example, huge plus drunk is not 120% of your normal damage. It's 1.1 times 1.1. Like it's 121% because the things are multiplied together. Anyway, all right. All that is to say, overwhelm, the number of overwhelm stacks adds together and then applies. So if you have 5 overwhelm stacks applied to an enemy, it's not like their attack times 0.95 times. It is just 0.5, which is better, actually. Yeah, so it's like, it's not skill minus 10%. It's 10% of their skill. So if an enemy has 70 skill, it reduces 7 of that amount. But if you have 2 stacks, it reduces it by 14, and not 7 on the first, and then, depending on how it rounds, like 6 on the second. Anyway, if you get 10 overwhelm stacks on an enemy, they've only got a 5% chance to hit, no matter who they are. Anyway, so I don't want this to be a Slurgy advocates this playstyle every run. But if we're able to get more and more builds like this, they should work together, actually. We've already got Final Overdrive, who will overwhelm with a gun. We've got Nixlarfs, who will overwhelm with his fencing sword. And now if we have Zuri do it as well, if we're able to pick up more Oathtakers, which we probably should. This is the Oathtakers' origin, after all. They're basically like predisposed to initiative builds. If we can get enough of them, we just make the enemies not hit us. We're cooking, in other words. Bijante here, and if we're gonna cook with that, we could even do like adrenaline fatigue neutrals. Bijante doesn't have enough melee defense, but athletic makes adrenaline a lot more tolerable for a fatigue neutral to be able to pull off. Probably still won't make him a fatigue neutral because of his low melee defense. We'll see. If he keeps rolling +3s reliably, we could. Maybe not quite there, but we'll see. Could just make him a tempo spear bro or something. Just kind of ignore the athletic trait. That would be fine too. So what you're telling me is bringing 10 overwhelmed gunners would be optimal. Look, if that's wrong, I don't want to be right. Or if that's right, I don't want to be wrong. Anyway, yeah. Sounds fun to me. Okay, so let's continue on to Himmelstadt. we could just peek in these mountains. Okay. All right. Reading comprehension activated. Beasts have always threatened civilization. Let's take an oath of dominion and stake our claim against the tides of nature. Okay, so there's one of these for a variety of different enemies. They do kind of the same thing. So in this case, plus 20 resolve and plus 10 melee and range skill when fighting beasts specifically. But then minus 10 resolve and minus 5 skill when fighting any other foe. This is a bad one. Looks terrible. I'd say that sounds right. Looks pretty terrible. All right, let's look at what's next. Your men start at confident morale, but you cannot use ranged weapons. We've got a lot of tempo throwers right now. Everyone starting confident is pretty sweet. You gain extra renown for defeating enemies without them being engaged by other combatants. Does that just mean without anyone else also in melee range of that enemy? That'll happen some of the time. I don't know about 75. It's a lot of enemies to die that way. Bill Hook Run. I mean, we're gonna have a lot of them. So no surround bonus. I mean, yeah, I'm guessing like if you kill them without the surround bonus, basically. I don't know, this is kind of an interesting one. But yeah, the initiative plus melee attack plus ranged attack every level go. I mean, we're still gonna take a bunch of melee defense, but depends on the bro. And then this one, Oath of Fortification. Your men build up 25% less fatigue when using shield skills. The shield wall skill now grants an additional 5% melee defense. Knockback now staggers targets, but your men cannot move in the first round of combat. I think I will not take the first one. So I'm not going to take this one. If in the future we're offered one of these for fighting, for example, goblins, and we're in a position where we could just go raiding goblins for like 10 days, you know, a casual 10-day genocide of the goblin species, we would maybe do that. But for beasts, that's too few, you know, they're not like centralized like goblins or orcs where we can find a bunch next to each other. So we're probably never going to take this. So anyway, all right, so can't escape easily. So yeah, so that's true. That's a big downside to the Oath of Fortification. If we were to get, say, ambushed in the forest, that's extra bad. Your men cannot use ranged weapons. You know, we've got a few throwers, but they're all still fine in melee. Everyone being confident is so good. 10% extra attack and defense is like a lot. It's like the anti-overwhelm. I think this is the pick. This is a weird one though, especially for the company in its current state. Okay. All right. What did I just do? We'll see, I guess. Cannot be used because this character has taken an oath precluding the use of ranged weapons or tools. All right. We'll remove those. The third one can go so badly. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's give Final Overdrive a pole mace back here. Let's keep him safe. And move to the front those that we care less about. I guess I could use this two-handed wooden flail. It's kind of a bad weapon. Hilmar doesn't really have that much fatigue though. I could use this hand axe. Really need more two-handed weapons. I mean, I didn't expect this specific oath. Kibio could be given a spear. Actually, that's probably a good idea. Spear, pocket shield. So, yeah, I think this will work. And then we'll just charge forward. Okay. This will be a weird 10-day period. All right, let's get back to Himmelstadt before the next payday so that we don't run out of money. Guess we could stop through Kargau on the way and see if there's any contracts that we want to do from there. A 3-skull, hunt down what terrorizes. We could do that. The 3-skull hunt down what terrorizes, of course, has the option of having the twist of fighting briggies in direwolf pelts, which would be awesome if we could get so lucky. If we're going to be fighting beasts, or even the potential direwolves, spears would be a good weapon. So we'll go ahead and pull those out. Confident will also help the spear walls actually hold. Muted in time to sneeze. Reflections are on, or reflections. Oh my god, what's the word for when you respond to something? Like when a doctor hits your knee. Not reflections. Oh my god. Whatever that word is, that's on point, but apparently not my brain. Reflex. Thank you, Seroy. My brain could simply not find the word reflex. It was like there was a small hole where that word was. Like I was having a stroke. Left side of my face started drooping. I smelled toast. Couldn't lift my arms. Anyway, those are the signs of stroke, by the way. If someone does have a stroke, you should react very, 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 very quickly. Because time is of the essence. He probably shares a brain cell with reflect. Yeah. Reflect, refract, reflex. Reflux. Anyway, all right, a plethora of web necks. Still a pretty good weapon setup for that fight, I think. Could probably change the man splitter over to just an arming sword here and be happy with that. Yeah, I think this looks pretty good to me. It doesn't matter whether we fight him at night or day, since we don't have any ranged weapons. Alright, we will still back up 2 hexes, so that if any do make it through the spear wall on this first turn, they won't be able to put us in their sticky nets. And notably, because I didn't point it out a previous time, on all of my spear bros, when I spear wall, most of the time I just hit the wait command. I don't think there's ever a situation where I wouldn't want to, because I want their initiative to be delayed for the next turn. In this case, it doesn't matter. Even if I just ended turn, the web necks are going to be faster than me. So, sort of whatever. Everyone's confident, but still a lot of misses, unfortunately. So I'm going to do my best to make it so that some bros, at least, can successfully spear wall for next turn. Guess I can wait there. Might still be able to. Nice. Well. Sergi, can you help me build a bro? Sure. I sure can. And I have to imagine that others here in chat would be happy to weigh in some thoughts as well. Oh. Hold on. I have to... Hold on. How do I VIP someone? Is it just exclamation mark VIP / VIP? Okay. If anyone wants to share a link and I recognize your name, happy to let you do it. But I changed it. I changed like the channel policy where there's no links by default, because unfortunately the spam bots were too much. So anyway, I just added you as a VIP. Happy to make anyone a VIP specifically for that purpose. I don't have any other plans for that functionality at the moment, anyway. Maybe ever. But if someone wants to share links, you will need to be made a VIP. Is Clergy going corporate on us? More just tired of banning spam bots is more more accurate. Definitely the bottom of the formation needs some help. Image BB. Conrad the Merciless. And what day is it in your current run? This looks to me like, as boring as it may seem, honestly, a fatigue neutral looks like a great option for Conrad. But you've got some sort of crazy Nimble Forge setup. If you've got the gear for it, he would also certainly be excellent for that. Day 90, okay. Yeah, it looks like a pretty established company. Yeah, I would say if you've got the gear for Nimble Forge, like if you have that, then I say go for it. Just pick up a mastery of your favorite weapon, your weapon of choice, whatever you happen to find, you'll be in good shape. This guy wanted VIP so he could promote his only bros. Will Bijante make it through this fight? It's possible he won't. What typical newt perk do you drop for Nimble? Yeah, so I guess if you're Nimble Forge, I don't think you want to make a Nimble Forge fatigue neutral. I think you want to make it something where you can use the fatigue that you've got. So I think if you're going to go Nimble Forge, I don't think you do fatigue neutral. I think you pick a weapon mastery and... I mean, right now you've got Zerk Frenzy, which is like a simple but effective way of using extra fatigue. Works for me. Oh, whoops. I didn't see that webnecked above this guy's helmet. Whoops. Okay. This is actually a good fight for us. It was like right on the cusp of what we could sort of possibly withstand. Like the hardest fight without going too far. You drop Fort in the elusive Quick Hands, Anticipation, whatever perk, Berserk, and Frenzy on Nimble Forge bros, and you don't need Brow. Yeah, you definitely don't need Brow on Nimble Forge. Absolutely do not need Brow. But I'm infamously, I won't go so far as to say anti-Steel Brow. But if you were to compare my runs to almost any other Battle Brothers player with a lot of hours, and you look at the amount I take Steel Brow relative to like everyone, it seems I take it very, very, very infrequently. In fact, in this run series, I've probably taken it honestly only a handful of times. If at all, I don't know. I probably have taken it. It would be surprising if I hadn't, but I can't remember a bro that had it. At least not off the top of my head. You're about to die to poison? I think everyone's poison was going to wear off, right? Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. Just barely, but we Gucci. It was you? Nah, you're good. Look. It was you were worried about? Well, Kibio, I mean, you're in good shape. You didn't even get hit. Not really. Cool. All right, well, let's head back to cargo. Cool, and I think from here we'll just immediately move on. And we're still going to make a beeline for Himmelstadt. Did you have an Egerok armor, hatless nimble tank, and peasant militia or something? I bet he had Steel Brow. I think I did, and I think he did. He probably did. He might not have. My dog is whimpering that he needs to go outside. I will be right back 1 second. All right, I'm back. At some point he will start barking at clouds or squirrels or turkeys, and he'll need to come inside. But we'll wait for that. We're fancy now with the overlays. Oh yeah. Yeah, we got all sorts of fancy overlays. We got like this thing and this thing. I had a slideshow that I did. We're very fancy. Slurgy's learning how to use OBS. Wild turkeys. Yeah, there's tons of wild turkeys in this area, actually. I can hear Mango barking, possibly at those turkeys. All right, I'm gonna buy a little food. I'm still sort of tempted by the cheap ammo, but I'm not gonna be using any ammo for like another 10 days. So I should probably not bother. We'll loot ammo that we won't be able to use, so I will not give into the temptation for the cheap ammo. We're gonna wait on our level ups just a smidge to see, I don't know, just what our next fight looks like, because we're gonna have to Oh. Oh, shit. What kind of cargo do you think they got there? Supplies for Oathbringers? I think so. All right. Plan. We don't know the destination of this trading caravan. We're a little scuffed. Okay. We're going to quickly buy the set of tools that's at Cargo to make sure we are repairing our armor the whole time we're in transit. We're going to make our way to Himmelstadt, and we'll cut off this trading caravan before it can reach its destination. Its destination might be Himmelstadt. That is possible. And these conscripts could have sword lances. And we want those. Interesting. Unexpected. But we're just going to innocently pass by Fuchsberg. Oh yeah, that's that one. We're just going to innocently pass by this trading caravan. Just for now. But make no mistake, we know the direction it's headed. And we've got important business to take care of. Take a look at these contracts. Deliver something to El Hazred. Might do. Escort caravan to Finsterware. 3 days to the east? All the way up there? No. Okay. No interesting tavern rumor. Okay. Well. Let's gear and level with this next fight in mind. So the big man splitters are definitely potentially going to be useful. Wernard. Let's go with 9. I think given everyone's starting confident and him being determined anyway, so he starts confident no matter what. Even later, even after this oath. We're gonna have him confidently swing this giant weapon built for swinging. Elberich. Let's grab these. Yeah. Then we'll grab gifted. Okay. Kibio, congratulations. You also get to hold a giant man-splitting weapon. I feel like Zuri should maybe hold the other one though. We can give Wernard a arming sword. That's a pretty good weapon against conscripts too. Double gripped arming sword. Give him a pocket shield. Ilmar. Arming sword looks good on him. Barkud. Let's grab either gifted or dodge. Dodge actually looks pretty decent, especially if we pull out the pocket shield, which we may need to do. Let's put him in the center of the formation in case we need to push him forward and pull out the pocket shield. Hey, good night, Blackfire. Vijante, currently a little scuffed. It's kind of strange they call it a man-splitter. I've only seen it split men in the conventional horizontal fashion at the narrowest point. Well, but how do we account for the fact that it hits head and body if it's splitting horizontally? I think it is indeed splitting vertically. And it does it at the thickest point. But true that, a split's a split. Actually might give Hilmar this two-handed flail because he has pretty poor fatigue, and we are going to be facing conscripts who do have shields, probably. And then Wilfried here. Alright, I'm gonna go let my dog back in. I'll be back in 1 second. Alright, I'm back. I also use the restroom. So, it'll be a tough fight to fight those conscripts. It really will. It is possible that we lose a bro or two. That is a thing that could happen. So, I am making sure our gear is as well allocated as I think it ought to be. Could even maybe be convinced to use the strange mushrooms on like Nyxlarfs or something. Maybe not Nyxlarfs because of the direwolf pelt mantle, but could give it to like, honestly, just the Chaucer using the battle standard. That feels a little goofy, but I mean, 50 to 70 at 30% pen, it's not that much worse than a regular pike as far as damage is concerned. I like might just do it. The Chaucer will be screaming as he attacks now, you know? All right. Hello, trading caravan. Per your usual state. Chomping on some mushrooms, screaming. Take you at your word. All right. And even though on this screen it'll show the allied flag of, you know, a noble army, they're not going to be there. Okay, so we do have conscripts with pole weapons, but there are no sword lances. We have some nice high ground here. I suppose they'll sit passive because they've got a donkey to protect. So this high ground is going to do nothing for us. One of the best tracks in the game. Ah, right. The high ground is doing a lot for us. They're moving forward. Okay, cool, great, grand, wonderful. So if we could get a good surround on this conscript before Akebio attacks, that would be swell. I hate the idea of moving Hilmar here. Fast as Akebio. Is he like really? Yeah. If I move Hilmar here, he's like dead. Like, he's gonna die if I put him in this hex. For sure. Probably someone's gonna die, and if it's gonna be someone, it may as well be Hilmar. Sorry, Hilmar. But this is a death hex. Okay, we don't have to move him forward yet. Someone's gonna die. I mean, I think that's very probable. But I don't think this is the right death sentence. I'm okay with moving Nyxlarfs up. Yeah, I'm okay with moving Nyxlarfs up. So now there's melee contact. There's also the direwolf pelt mantle in contact with this conscript. Move him to the flank and make the round attack. Yeah, he's probably not going to be doing the AoE swing realistically in this fight. Lovely though that might be. All right, and he's going to get a better option. He's going to be able to move to here. So now we can decide between Barkhud and Wilfried to occupy a more dangerous hex here. And Barkhud looks like the right choice. So we'll move Wilfried here. We'll wait because we're going to let Hilmar attack first. Barkhud's going to fill in there and then pull out the pocket shield. And then we'll just end turn. He might be able to go before those other conscripts there. 11 bros, you guess you've missed some action? Yeah, Geist did a spooky attack. Alright, we're gonna do this attack. Hey, beautiful, 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 beautiful start. Alright, so let's move Final Overdrive to here. I mean, I guess I may as well have these bros try to go all the way around, and these will just clog up this high ground stuff here. Yeah, we lost Eric, who was bad. Eric, the terrible farmhand. Dang, kind of disappointing that one missed. Okay. Alright, Wernhard does have 9. So let's put him here. He can get hit once and be fine. Let's try to finish off this conscript. This is a somewhat dicey place for Vigilante to be, potentially was anyway, because of the Fire Lance attack. I think he probably would be fine, but... This is the same faction I already argued? Yeah, that's true. That's correct. And then, do I put the banner on this high ground spot, or is that too risky? He's got okay armor. Is Nixlarf fast enough to be able to occupy that hex before the conscripts get a turn? Probably not. How fast are conscripts? What is their initiative? 110. Okay, they're pretty fast actually. So it's 110, you know, before gear. That's pretty fast. They're gonna be going before me basically across the board. You know the run spicy when Slurgy hires farmhands early. Actually, we even addressed that specific topic and why I did it. Nixlarf's kind of poggers. Oh yeah, Nixlarf's super poggers. He's our starting Oath Bro. We want to get him with more melee contact because of the Direwolf Pelt Mantle. Sort of moved him where we needed to out of necessity, but it just sort of sucks that we're not going to be able to get much use out of that attachment. And he's got the best armor, right? So he can get surrounded and take some hits. Alright, I don't love Zuri here. I'm a little scared, but we're gonna do it anyway. And do I put the Chaucer there? I think the answer is no. He can't attack when he's here because this brush is blocking sight as well as movement, so he doesn't have an attack at all that he can make this turn. So I can just put him here. We can try to kill whatever steps on this hex and then take its spot, I guess. Okay, Kibio is in danger. Barcud is probably not. Well, I don't know, maybe that conscript will just attack him. Sweet Jesus. They hit us almost every attack. Alright, so Akibio is probably dead. Looking very likely. That injury means he can't attack either. He's dead. Warnard proccing 9 lives is bad. This fight actually, that round went so badly that I'm concerned about the whole outcome of this fight. Like, start to finish concerned about the outcome of this fight. That went almost as bad as possible almost everywhere. That went so concerningly bad. Has a lot of uphill attacks that hit a confident bro. Warnard procced 9 lives, so now I'm reluctant to put him here. Unless I get a stun. I guess that'd be the only condition where I'd be fine putting him there. I won't know unless I do it before he moves. Okay, well. It's a tough fight. They all have 65 attack rating. Yeah, they've got decent stats, and they've got nimble. That's the real problem. And we're underleveled. Extremely underleveled. This could go, I mean, this could go bad. I'm not loving this. Not at all. This is really bad, actually. Nixlarfs is in kind of like not the best location. We want him like here. Could maybe push with Bijante. That would be weird. And then I could have Nixlarfs occupy that hex. I actually kind of like that. So we know this move is safe. I'm going to let the Mansplitter attack first to do armor damage before we attack with the arming sword. Wilfried here kind of has no business attacking either. Not into this shield walled bro. So we'll take one step back on the Chaucer to let Bijante go here to push this guy back. We'll see if it works. It did not. I liked the idea though. Harming sword. I kind of like that. Alright, I really need this to hit. Alright, that was good and very important. Akibio, because of that injury, can't do anything. I mean, if I pull out the dagger, I don't have anything. I mean, alright, he's probably just straight dead. Could knock back this guy here and attempt to... No, we're already shield walling. Right, so this just prevents a little bit of damage. I guess it's worth, but it's so low value. I guess we attack here. Well, hit him in the head. The harming sword missed. I guess we'll attack with the double grip and then pull out the pocket shield here on Wilfried. Keep him attacking uphill. Oh, the Chaucer stabbed him in the head. There's no way that was lethal if it wasn't a head hit. Holy buckets. All right, that was good. That was good. Finally doing something, yeah. All right, so this conscript did already shoot his fire lance. Otherwise, this would be a really risky place to go because then he could just finish off Warnhard But since he already used his Fire Lance attack, we can go here safely. If I wanted to try to keep Akibio alive, and I do, I could make an attempt at running away. You know, the chance to hit him is going to be pretty high, right? So this guy's got neutral mood, but as RRB pointed out, you know, they got 65 melee skill. He'll have 75% or 75 melee attack, ostensibly, with his weapon. So with 75, we're looking at like a 50-50 shot, down to basically 60-ish if we were to try to run away. But and then, you know, of course, that causes a death right away where he doesn't have to use the turn, so instead of a blood splatter on the banner after killing someone with it, that's actually kind of a cool idea. So yeah, I'm not going to try to run with Akibio. I'm not going to swap weapons on the off chance that he somehow dodges 3 attacks. We'll be able to attack with the Mansplitter next turn. Unlikely. Okay, not 3 attacks, because this guy went for Barcud. Okay. %68% chance even through shield wall. That feels pretty good. Chance to stun before this guy's turn. Okay. Well. Struck down. Nope. Dead. Akibio's dead. DED. Could make an attempt at occupying this hex. Then we can attack this conscript, who's a much better target than anything we've got right now. Let's see, Barcud isn't going to be able to shield wall next turn. So let's go ahead and be a slight hero on Wilfried. Damn. Damn. Really wanted that to hit. So we don't have Pathfinder, so we can't go down to there and attack this conscript like we would be able to if we had Path, but we can go here after we attack and then next turn be able to hit this conscript. That's right, scream as you attack. With Wernhard already proccing 9 and him being like an okay bro, don't really want to move him in range of these conscripts here with the pole maces. Are we sad? I mean, we had a really bad, just like round 2. We're not too bad. We started with 11, we only lost 1. Also, the one we lost was Akibio. So. Now if I go here, will this conscript move to attack him? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Do I save for the shield wall next turn? I guess so. Ouch, not the worst. I mean... Oof. Oof! Missing the 90%. Feels bad. Maybe you'll be reincarnated later. I think so. Alright, given these are all going to go before this conscript, I want to go here for the surround bonus, and we're all going to team up on this conscript and hopefully blow him up. I think that's the goal. So far, not so good. Damn. Really need those split mans to hit, but... Okay, enough fast adaptation stacks, and you too can eventually hit. That was pretty terrible damage, though. Yeah, this fight is very spicy. For sure. Native tie, indeed. We can riposte to make enemies not want to attack us. Which actually I kind of like. If the loot doesn't contain spice, I'll feel really let down. Yeah. The thing I really wanted was... sword lances. Maybe could have just ran when that wasn't an option. Alright, Zuri has hit a situation where he no longer has the fatigue to attack with the axe splitter, so we could end turn so we can attack with it next turn. We could swap to the dagger and just use that for the rest of the battle. I actually think that's okay. Once their armor's stripped, the dagger is fine. So much for riposte. Dagger against a shield, whittling. I mean... Okay, let's go there for a surround bonus. Don't love sending Hilmar to this hex, but I feel kind of obligated to do so. Got that guy. Could pull out the man splitter to maybe move up next turn. Really want Final Overdrive to live. Oh no, then we don't have enough fatigue. Oh shit. I thought I could, actually maybe that's, honestly that move was probably still okay. It's like half your bottle's playing on easy. Well, you know. Alright, I think we're basically okay now. Don't love that stun though. Okay, so I did say a few bros might die. Slightly more than expected. Incense. You can smell it. We got a bunch of pole maces. Not exactly what I was hoping for. We did get the fire lance. Yeah. Most of these bros were very whatever. The only ones we really care about are the ones with titles. Actually, we should give the Chaucer a title. The others are all, you know, potentially throwaway. Incense counts as a spice. Yeah. Clean. That seemed bad. It wasn't that bad. Like, it wasn't good. Let's not pretend. But it wasn't that bad. This injury on Hilmar is weirdly who cares? He will eventually be our kind of tempo thrower, but I guess we'll have to think about what we want to do with him next level, given that we've got 9 more days of this Oath of Honor. Imagine this a BB mod based on the film Braveheart. For Scotland! The Chaucer, God Banner. That's some incredible resolve. So Final Overdrive is going to have some, you know, we're going to still level him, like, we're going to level him like his final build, so we're going to be leveling range skill, even though that's going to be doing us nothing for the next 9 days. Are you able to move one unit into place 1 turn and then attack later within the same round? Yes, you are. You certainly can do that very thing. Boy, Kalashnikova calling out all the inaccuracies in the movie Braveheart. Alright, so we're definitely scuffed, but again, that was not actually that bad. The bros that fell were the ones we didn't really care about, as far as, you know, needing them to be in the company long term. And those that got permanent injuries actually got pretty okay ones for us. Missing finger is a big whatever. And this broken knee on this bro is totally fine. Yeah, Toxic Wild Hog, that is exactly what you can do and what I actually did do many times in that very fight. I've actually never seen the movie Braveheart, crazy as that may seem. I know it's like iconic or whatever. I've seen very few movies, actually. I just play a lot of video games. It's kind of my thing. If I'm seeing a movie, it's basically because it's date night and I'm taking my wife somewhere where we can enjoy our time together. Rarely because I actually want to see it. probably won't leave these weapons where they're at. Something like this will be fine for now. We'll readjust before the next battle, and I'm gonna wait to pick my perks and stats before the next battle too. Spicy little fight, for sure. Was that worth it? No. Would we have rather found a fight with sword lances so we could have those? Yeah. Given that it didn't, should I have just run? Probably. Could that have gone worse? Yes. All right, deliver cargo to Al Hazred is way over here. Not a terrible contract, actually. Sword on a stick, now that's a great weapon. Exactly. Exactly, this guy gets it. There's not really any backgrounds here that I want to recruit. And that's too bad. Big sword lance should pay you some compensation for that fight. I agree. So, are there any injuries we want to pay to have fixed? Maybe the bruised leg, since that can prevent us from running in situations where we might really need to. You always get the beggars. I don't. Alright, we'll leave a couple kite shields, a couple heater shields. But we're largely going to sell most of the current inventory. Deciding whether I just sell the javs, since, you know, it's a full like 9 days still where we can't use them. Should I just sell them? It's not so bad to hang on to them for that period of time. Especially if we plan on going south. We may stay in the south for the next 9 days, especially since we're going to be here before nomads get dodged. So like, you know, I don't know. Vagabonds have great fatigue, so there's that. I beg to differ. Boy, for a non-native English speaker, you sure do have the puns on lockdown. Yeah, vagabonds do get a little bonus fatigue, but the malice to HP and resolve, I mean, they're not completely awful, I guess. We'll hang on to our money for a bit. Tools are pretty cheap here, cheap-ish. I think I'm gonna buy all 3 stacks. We're gonna fix up these 2 extra armors. So given that, I'm gonna sell some of the extras, but we'll leave some too. We'll sell those. We'll leave the boar spear. We'll leave the arming swords, at least for now. Let's see, how much do I don't care about the poison glands. Could maybe see if I get a better price for the signet ring and silver bowl. This is a pretty good sale price though. The only way we're gonna get a better sale price is if there's ambush trade routes at our destination, which I think we are gonna head to Al Hazred. Am I gonna run out of healing supply? We're close, we could. It's possible. You haven't found any explanation on how the game determines the score at the end of a campaign. The only comment on the wiki is you get a higher value if you keep good relations with the towns. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I never even look at that number. Like I pretend it doesn't exist. If we're being honest, I completely disregard it. You can find or, you know, come up with ways if you're comfortable digging through source code. There are ways of decompiling it to see the game's scripting language in their little nuts of code. Okay, so I'm gonna mark these armors for repair. And I'm gonna go on the assumption that we'll find like a couple daggers by the time we hire bros. So I'll sell those. Yeah, whatever, we'll leave these. We don't have to sell them quite yet. I am gonna accept this contract. We can go to Al-Hazred. We could stop by Zugfest on our way there and then just sort of cut through this section of desert. I don't hate that. Yeah, Zugfest might have a couple bros on offer that we might want to recruit. So let's recruit them if so. Zugfest sounds like a really cheap music festival. Oh my god, it does. Why does it? What is it about that name that is weirdly correct? I cannot explain why that's right, but that's perfectly correct. All right, we'll just wait here briefly until the dawn. It's dawn. All right. Well. Warcraft 3 Orc say Zug Zug. Double, double. Good old Warcraft. Though I always think of the sounds of Warcraft 2. Those are the ones that are embedded in my brain forever. It means tensile strength? Weird. I'm gonna hire this rat catcher. Wow. He is terrible. Could hire this apprentice. Let's hire the apprentice. Wow. Yeah, I was gonna say, if I only accept missions that are morally correct for me in real life, yeah, I guess just delivery. So, Lone Wolf origin. This guy is so bad. We're just gonna fire him on the spot. Gonna make one more hire here. What the hell? This is a hot mess. Manfred. He's cocky. He's tough. He's got 79 hit points on level 1. I can see, you know, I'd be cocky too. If, like, I couldn't dodge a fist, but I never needed to. You know. Fest is an old word for fortress in German. That would make sense. The nice thing about this game being from Germany, and there was a prominent German streamer, Hand of Blood? I think that's his name. Who I think got a lot of traction. I think there's a lot of German folk that picked up the game. And so we can get live translations, which is handy. Google Translate is a bit dubious. I think that's just par for the course with Google Translate, if we're being honest. Alright, let's buy a little food. Zug may come from Bergzug. Zug? Zug? Who knows? I'm sure the Germans know. It could be that there's a bunch of names for places they'd want to put the umlauts on top of or whatever, that they don't, simply for like localization reasons or like encoding reasons. I wouldn't be surprised. Hey, good night, Bijante. There's a music game show where contestants had to guess a song after the lyrics were auto-translated into Japanese and then that translation back into English. Yeah. Yeah, translations like to and from Korean, for example, are always going to be a complete and utter mess. Just because of the nature of how communication is done in both those languages, and I have to imagine that's true of lots of others as well. Let's see, so Hilmar was originally gonna be like a thrower, like a tempo thrower. Given that the tempo, you know, has wind taken out of his sails where he's not gonna throw anything for 9 days, he's gonna be repurposed. He's not gonna be throwing anything, as Anselm has decided for us. So we're gonna take these terribly rolled melee stats, I guess. And given his current condition, may just grab 9 lives. Don't love it. You thought Google Translate was pretty good between English and German? Yeah, I mean, I would think it would be, it's gonna be better than a lot of other languages, I'm sure, but not surprised that it's not great. Yeah, it's probably pretty good at single words. It's usually really good at single words. But like, I think in German, you can rearrange the sentence structure, right? Do I take the hit points here? Maybe. I think I take the 4s. I think I take the 4s when I see him. I think that's correct to do. And because Final Overdrive, well, I was gonna say something that maybe I am immediately going to go against. I think I'm gonna grab Relentless. Yeah, on this bro, I think I'll grab Relentless. And Hilmar will wait and see as for what we take that final perk. All right. Whew. Oh yeah, and then medical supplies. What was the price of the medical supplies here? $375. We'll hold off. We're just gonna hope we only use 6. How about that? No injuries. But that would be funny if there were. Then I would definitely want more medical supplies. Some goblin skirmishers. Well, that's cute. A cute little pack of skirmishers. All right, we'll grab 9 lives here. Barcud does not have 9 lives. So, just for now, put him like back here. Kind of make a slightly wider formation. We're gonna make Barcud stand off to the side. Zuri's got 9, so I guess I'm okay with him being in a slightly sketchier spot. Same with Hilmar. Okay. This is like a mildly ill-advised fight, but like, they're right there, and they smell bad, you know? It's not much of a force, right? So we know these two cannot have throwing weapons. Or can they? For some reason I thought they couldn't. That is just obviously untrue. Based on what was just witnessed. Okay. I thought when they had the skewer they wouldn't or couldn't. We can see if we can take this guy out before he even throws his net. Might get a chance to go before him with the cut Achilles tendon. Pretty sure that hurts initiative. They cheating? Sounds like something goblins would do. We should be able to get in melee with most of them. So we can move bros forward somewhat aggressively. I guess I'll wait for that guy to move. Are you wrong to like the Goblin Pike? Seems nice for new recruits that want to stay in the back lane because they actually get good stats. Yeah, no, I think the Goblin Pike's actually really useful. Goblin Pike is super useful, in fact. It gets a bad rep for some reason, but it's actually a really useful weapon. Okay. Barcud. I mean, there was that risk. And, well, goodbye Barcud. Hilmar's got 9. And he will proc it. Well, that was unfortunate. Run him down. Alright, Barcud, he's fine. They just took off his nose. And you know what? He didn't need that anyway. We got some cloth, we got some nets, we got a jagged pike, we got some notched blades. Totally fine. Water under the bridge, you know? Barcud's missing a nose, a missing finger, Somehow his nose, despite being missing, is still broken. An incredible achievement. He'll be better off on Taco Tuesday night. I do love Taco Tuesday. Return that helmet, faulty nose guard. You would think with an extra special little strip of metal to protect his nose that it would have done a better job. We can also equip these notched blades in place of knives, since they can still puncture, and they only cost 3 divided by 2, rounded down, which is just 1. 1 fatigue to keep in the pocket. Totally worth. Very minimal cost. You won't live to smell the farts. I suppose if they're full of beans. Okay. The company moves on. It's been a slight ebb and flow to this particular play session, where we were escalating nicely at the beginning. I've hit a bit of a rough patch the past few days, but that's all right. We all have, rough periods of our lives. Certainly we went through a tough 10-day patch of no one gaining hardly any experience. That was painful. Might have to use the full 150 days on this one. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Certainly might be necessary. For Peasant Militia, or not Peasant Militia, well, this is like the same fight. Some Goblin Skirmishers. Yet I find myself wanting to do it again. Anyway, yeah, for poachers, we finished it on day 119, and it was like way over-prepared, as usual, but I mean, maybe even more than normal. All right, Zuri's going to be one of our fencer builds. Oof. Don't love our choices on secondaries here. It will be nice to patch up Resolve. So, I mean, I guess that's fine. It's a +4. We'll take Gifted. And here, we either want hit points or the initiative. Let's go with the hit points. Okay. I'm gonna fight this ruined hut. That is gonna happen. Elbrick and Manfred are gonna do a little swapsies. Since they're fencing with a lance, they should be called jousters. Dude, that's kind of cool, actually. I like that. But I'm sticking to the bit. of fencer, question mark, in quotes. Mandred gets the man splitter. He does. Alright, let's take on this ruined hut. Kill us some more gobos. Why are they not pulling out their... We'll wait across the board. Why are we not pulling out our... Wow, are you really that fast? Oh, he's impatient, right. Could go behind some cover here. Nah, let's not expose ourselves to the net. Oh. Do they not have bolas? Have they nothing to throw? Interesting. You like the goblin shields? They have a higher defense with low weight. Yeah, as far as pocket shields go, that's true actually. They get the 15/15 and you can still shield wall, unlike the buckler where you cannot. And they are really light. That is true. They do have a niche in that regard. They're just waiting to see the white of my eyes. Well, that's okay. We can take this turn to wait on everyone. Final Overdrive is still faster because it's initiative and relentless, which is weirdly a downside here. I'm gonna move Nixlarf's up just one. Just one. They consider having range superiority with just the nets? Possibly. Oh, there it is. You sneaky goblins. You little shits. I love goblins. Those little bastards. I don't know. There's something about the way they fight. They're so funny. Cheeky little bastards. Can you believe it? Oh my god. Okay. Just gonna keep trying to break him out. Okay, good. You hate goblins, poison, AoE roots, nets. I'm a sadist. I kind of love it. Secretly. Not so secretly, I guess, since I'm saying it out loud. I'm a little afraid to put Manfred in this hex. But you know what? He's cocky. He believes in himself. He'll be fine. Bijante. I guess I'll put him here. Feels like slightly feels bad place to end up. We're gonna put Hambert here, so. Final Overdrive. He's the fast boy, so. I'm gonna cut Achilles tendon. Seems to be Nixlarf's specialty. Hey now. Final Overdrive does have really good melee defense. Oof. There we go. Finally getting some hits. Alright, let's try to keep Manfred alive. Cool. So back Hilmar up 1. Just so these skirmishers can't find a sneaky way to hit him. I think I can still go for this attack safely. Yeah, because even if he didn't get him, we had a couple other attacks on him, so... There we go. Now their spirits are broken. Get your revenge, Manfred. Alright. Whew. Had to do a few somewhat spicy little maneuvers there to avoid anyone getting taken out, but we did it. Everyone's okay. Everything's fine. We're all fine here. Thank you. How are you? Can anyone name that movie? We're all fine here. Thank you. How are you? I can give the next line. Star Wars Episode 4? I believe that's correct. I need Star Wars for sure. I think the next line is, Luke, we're gonna have company! But very good. Rando dude lurking in chat, if I was a better streamer, I could, like, I don't know, give you channel points or some shit, but I got nothing other than you get a thumbs up and good job. Congratulations, you've done it. All right, Humbert is just gonna stand and shield wall. That's his whole job. That's gonna be all he's going to do. So let's give him Colossus so we can keep doing it better. Bijante. Bijante is leveling really well. Is it really stupid that I'm looking at this 105 and it's staring me in the face and I'm like, he could be a fencer. We could go just full stupid on this dumb idea. Dedicate several bros to it. Possibly too many. Bijante could also just simply be like a fatigue neutral. And again, because he has athletic and pretty good fatigue right now, he could be a, he could take adrenaline and still move with the squad. Still move ahead of them, in fact, and take dangerous positions. I kind of like it. Adren Newt for the win. Some Weird Sins appears out of nowhere to prevent any further using of sword lances. You never know when he'll appear. He's gonna hate this entire run. And I love it. How many fences would you need? Forward fully enclose your house. How would you even get out? Incredible. Yeah, I mean, he's managed to get a +3 in melee defense 3 levels in a row, I think. I can't remember. I mean, it kind of doesn't matter, right? But we can still expect pretty decent melee defense. It might end up being a little low, but... Am I doing fencing swords, bows, and sword lances? No, 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 no. One of those 3 weapons will be used liberally. The other 2 are worthless. Feel free to link your bow guide if you've got it handy. It's very good. It's probably the best bow guide written for Battle Brothers ever. It's very short. One of the best. I mean, fuck it, I could just give him adrenaline right now. If I did adrenaline this level, yeah, we're not doing bows. We're not doing fencing swords. But all the other ones, that being just one. Oh, hold on. I need to make you a VIP. Sorry. What? Not Vippo. Weird Sins. Okay, I have to add people to VIP because I made it so that all those random spam bots couldn't spam links. Sorry. So I'm using the VIP feature to VIP known members of the community or whatever so that they can share links. Perfect. That bow guide is all you need when it comes to bows in Battle Brothers. It's the perfect guide. The perfect guide. It's so good. Okay. Anyway, I was thinking if I got adrenaline this level, you know, I was thinking adrenaline kind of pairs nicely with orc weapons too, like this man splitter. Since he's got kind of an obscene amount of fatigue already because he's a messenger and he's got athletic, we always know we're going to recover like 15 fatigue, right? So if we ran forward, did adrenaline, we were in melee with a bunch of enemies, then we don't need the like move and attack penalty, for lack of a better word, and we can just use a man splitter the whole way through. We're gonna put a question mark at the end of this. I feel like this makes sense. I like the man splitter quite a bit. It's got a little bit better, you know, turns to kill when compared to like, oh, excuse me, like the heavy rusty axe. We could get adrenaline now. Axe mastery next level. Flail probably better versus shielded. Oh, for sure, it would be better. But he'll end up with really good melee skill, right? He's 68 already at level 4. We could use the second wind potion on mono to use orc weapons, for sure. And even if we don't, that just allows us the like move and attack, even without the second wind potion. Like as long as we move into range, then do adrenaline, then we can attack next turn. And I think we're in pretty good shape. And I agree that the flail will be better against like enemies with shields, but we don't have the flail right now. I don't know when we'll get one. We know we have the man splitter now, and I've got a path, you know, to make good use of the resources we have now for level 5. We probably won't get a Zerk chain on level 5, I would guess. Screw it. Let's just get adrenaline now. Could be fun. I think he'll make good use of it. I really do. We'll have to be mindful of when we can use it before he hits level 5, but that's okay. Adren 9 lives feels like a pretty good way to bridge up these bros before you get armor. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably circle back for 9 after Axe Mastery. It'll probably be Axe Mastery 9 lives, then who knows what, right? Hey, Eagledub. Hello, hello. All right, we've got our God tier banner. He's just gonna be doing the same stuff he has been doing. Could grab 9 on him just to make it a bit safer. Make sure we don't lose him because he's insane. Is there anything else I'd even want to consider? I don't think so. I think I'll just go 9. Could maybe grab Pathfinder, but meh, whatever. Elberic is just gonna be tempo Zergling. We'll probably just grab Colossus most likely, but we'll wait till he heals up a bit first. Need to go back and see the most recent Monolith. Hopefully your namesake survived. He did. The Monolith fight was almost perfectly clean. Did it on day 119. Almost bailed out our tank. It was a very smooth Monolith fight. It was easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, so we've got ambush trade routes. Despite that, the sale price here actually isn't like that good. I mean, it's fine. It's pretty good. I just would have expected it to be slightly better given the ambush trade routes. Let's see. We've got a fairly cheap sellsword for sale. We've got a thief for cheap. Definitely gonna buy the thief. Probably gonna buy the sellsword too. Nothing but guns and spears. That was basically the last run, exactly. Drive off nomads at shelter in between rocks southwest of Alhaz Dragon. Susie girl. Suze, go to mom. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. All the way. Go to mommy. She was being very cute. Just sitting there staring at me. Oh, I suppose you can probably barely see her on the camera, huh? Sitting on her chair. That chair is for her. Must be the wife? Yeah. Let's see. 3 skill contract, drive off nomads. I'll probably accept it if... So if that contract involves them being ambushed by Ifrits, we might just be like, well, good luck. We'll see. We did fight one of those last run in our poacher's run where the nomads beat the Ifrits. It was crazy. Never seen that in my life. But it happened. Okay, we may not need these arming swords anymore. I'm not sure. Might still want them. I think there's situations where they're good. If the arena were still open to us and we hadn't have made an enemy, I could even say, let's hang on to the goblin skewers because there's certain arena fights where spears are super useful. But that doesn't apply, so I'll probably just sell them. We don't need the cruel falchion. We'll still hang on to these javelins until we're able to use ranged weapons again. I'm going to purchase just enough supplies. Excuse me, tools to repair some stuff. Imagine having your sea of tents swarmed by sand demons. Yeah, and not only did the sand demons invade, after their invasion was complete and the nomads lived to tell the tale, we were having like a little standoff, and then they just ran away. And at that point, you know, I'd already waited in the turn order, so they just left. And like lived to tell the tale. It was kind of incredible. Yeah, exactly. They were like, all right, we've seen some shit. We're done. We did what we needed to. All right, I'm thinking I'm going to accept that contract. We'll let the contract scaling happen, you know, before we hire our bros. Keep it a little simpler. Definitely hiring this thief, and, you know, we'll take a look at a sellsword. The thief is, I'll say, going to be the same thing as Humpert here. He's just going to hold a shield and some form of pointy object. And let's take a look at Heinrich. Heinrich is interesting. 66 melee skill, that's really good. He low rolled on, you know, hit points and fatigue. I guess I can leave it sitting up there. He's gonna be pretty fast. Interesting, interesting. And we do have this crossbow that we can make use of later after our current oath is complete. You know what that means. He's gonna be a fencer. We're committing to the bit. Eagledub. Congratulations. Boom. I think I did. All right. With the 66 melee skill, this is gonna be an offense, bro. So I need to make this decision between melee defense, melee skill. So I guess given that it's an offensive bro, we'll make the decision as is appropriate. We'll grab 9 to make sure he doesn't die. We'll give him one of these spiky weapons. A good old spiky pokey. Those +1 sadness. It's alright. We got what we needed. Is there such a thing as an endgame dagger bro? There absolutely is. There are several varieties, in fact. A Katal is a very powerful weapon at pouring out damage onto one poor target. And you can make a dedicated puncture bro work as well. So yeah, endgame dagger bros, definitely a thing. Absolutely a thing. Okay, make sure everyone's got a sharp, pointy sidearm in case there's anything we want to dagger down. And I think I can probably hand out one more of these jagged pikes. Might put on Manfred, have him hang back. I think that seems pretty good. Formation is completely lacking symmetry, but that doesn't actually matter. But I think this makes sense. We can have our tanks go where we need them to. We can have Nixlarfs get in melee contact with his Direwolf Pelt attachment. And then we've got Bijante to sort of flank around and man-split. Hilmar here should be someone else, though. But who? I guess when we allocate Elberechts, yeah. Manfred doesn't want to be in the front line of -3 melee defense. You know, his -3 melee defense, his like scuffed up injuries. He's tough though, and he believes in himself. Symmetry is critical. I know, it does feel that way. I know the feeling. I love the symmetry. I have no rational explanation for it. I also feel the same. But I'm resisting. If it causes others pain, I must simply apologize. Nobody has quick hands, not a single one. All right, we're gonna run out of medical supplies. That's fine, we're gonna wait until we lift the ambush trade routes, and then from there, we'll purchase a stack of medical supplies. And then more tools, I guess. Some cutthroats, some outlaws. All right, no ranged attacks on either side. And did we heal up enough where I think I can take Colossus instead of 9 lives? It's close. I think I'll still do it. Let's see if we can prevent him from getting injured again. Totally, if it's there certainly could be. Nope, no Ifrits. Just regular old nomads. This armor would be nice to get. The other ones we actually really don't care about. These are just the 65 armors. We got a 50 armor here. Really, it's just this plated nomad mail that we might want, but even that's not that big a deal. Okay. Do I take the opportunity to act before the cutthroats? And I guess this slower outlaw and this slower outlaw, because of their shields weighing them down. Do I act before them? Tempted to. Was this a 3 skull? It was. It was a 3 skull. Calculating. Calculating. Deciding if I want to go and push forward right now. Kind of looking at the turn order. I've got a couple like sorted dud turns before these guys go. And whether I even want Nixlarfs here exactly is still not clear to me, actually. I could put him here, for example, which would be pretty okay, because then I could put Yakuba right here. Shield wall, lock this up. I have to shield wall, go here, and then move through zone of control, which is also fine, I think. Yeah, let's do that. And then we're gonna wait here, so let these guys attack when their turn comes. Same deal here, we don't know exactly where we want this guy to go yet. Okay. As advertised. And what I could even do, we're gonna be a little cheeky. We can even do split man plus adrenaline. Does that get us anything? Not quite, right? So if I move up here, use split man and adrenaline, we're so close. Next turn we'll have 19 fatigue to attack with, so we wouldn't be able to do both. But we could go up and round swing. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, if we had just one more fatigue, we could move up, split man, adrenaline, and still attack next turn, which would be so cool. Be the coolest person on our block. Is there an advantage still to using the adrenaline? Could move him to a safer hex. Yeah, we'll just end turn. Hopefully Manfred doesn't get man-fried. Oh, everyone's gonna miss that guy. Everybody. Wow. What an evasive nomad. I'm gonna go on the... I'm gonna bet that the Chaucer will finish off this cutthroat. He did. Guess we'll just attack there. Stabbed guts. Not a place you want to get stabbed. At least, I don't. Can't speak for everyone. We'll wait there. There we go. Nice little stab from Eagledub. Might need to push this guy off, so potentially we'll need to use the repel, but we'll see. We'll see. so close. Bijante. Oh, shit. Well, bad news. Bijante got hit in the head. And that was enough. Damn. So, I can't believe that worked. Bijante was gonna die. Bijante was destined for death the moment that blood ticked down. So I was thinking, I don't know, if I can somehow just kill them all on the rest of this turn, he'll live. The chances of what just happening are low, very low. I could go back and look at the hit chances. We could calculate it out. That was very unlikely. But Bijante lived because of the valor of everyone going and being like, all right, we got to bandage up Bijante, and the only way for that to happen is for the battle to end. We have to stab and kill every single nomad all right in a row, and they did it. Incredible. Now Bijante lives. Wow. Let's give him a better helmet. Some of these helmets seem to be defective. I don't know if you guys are noticing. Clutch indeed. I'm so happy with that. That was a very unexpected survival. And all he's got's a grazed neck. He's totally fine. Well, that was sure something. Manfred, he's just going to be some sort of Zergling, a bro that just needs to hit stuff. We'll probably take Colossus, but we'll let him heal up at a flat rate before allocating it. And we will return to Al-Hazred. I remained very silent. I said nothing during the period where I needed the bros to all hit. I didn't want to say it out loud because I didn't want to curse myself. And it happened. Incredible. Hunt down what terrorizes. Let's see, we don't have good weapon loadouts for beasts at the moment. We could reallocate some of the gear. I think what I'm going to do is wait for the dawn, buy medical supplies, and then make just a little venture through the desert, skipping on over to Tarwa, and we'll see what they got going on. I think that's what I'll do. So we'll wait for dawn. We will purchase tools and supplies. We're gonna get totally ripped off on medical supplies. Feel sad about it, but immediately emotionally recover. Is there anyone else we want to recruit? There's a cheap caravan hand. Those can be sometimes worth taking a look at. They've just got like slightly elevated stats, but not very exciting either. We might be at the point where we want to look for slightly higher tier backgrounds. Maybe a Beast Slayer, but given our current oath, I think we're going to avoid recruiting any, you know, ranged type bros. I'll make an exception for sellswords because they are excellent. And they can often just be melee focused, like our new hire. Where is he? Where's that? There he is. Eagledub. If you're curious about the fencer, by the way, it's not a fencer. It's going to be an inside joke for this this particular run. I'm letting it remain confusing for anyone who just tunes in randomly and is like, that's not a fencer. It's worth it. I'm committed to the bit. Okay. I guess I could, I could potentially take this contract of hunt down what terrorizes, and if it's not hyenas, I just don't do it. Like if it's serpents, I don't want to take that fight. If it's nachos, that's fine. Probably. If I give this guy, if I give Bijante just slightly lighter armor, yeah. No, I don't like that, not with him standing where he is. Okay. Well, whatever. Let's see what these beasts are. Serpents. Ugh. I hate serpents. Their tasty little donut holes of death are just unpleasant. There are so many bros that would die so easily. 9 isn't too bad though. Like that's really not very many. So like, damn it. It's like just on the cusp of like, I think that's a fine fight. Something bad could happen. Why's it gotta be snakes? I know. Just get yoinked and round swing easy. True. Get Bijante yoinked right into the center of one of those creamy centers. A little cream-filled donut, and then just round swing. Explode the cream. Let that analogy not sink in too much. Stain your carpets, you know? Anyway, all right. Shit. I could let one of these two tempo tanks get yoinked by kind of positioning them a little further forward. And that's fine. Alright, I drank a ton of water. I was like chugging the sparkling water. I gotta use the restroom again. I'll be back real quick. So, perhaps against my better judgment, I'm gonna do this fight. We're gonna have to be somewhat careful. There's a lot of bros we don't want to get yoinked. Like most of them. So yeah. We also just have a lot of injuries, or like missing hit points that sort of sucks. Soju, how much do you value taking HP? I know you're a 9 lives guy, but is there a company spot you aim for? Filthy was 100, but I feel you have a different philosophy. That varies wildly based on the bro in question. I'm very happy to go above 100 on like a fatigue neutral. If it's like a nimble damage brother, and are you talking before or after Colossus? I'm assuming after. If it's like a nimble damage bro, I can be sitting at like 80 and be really happy. If it's a pure backliner, like what's probably going to be the case with Final Overdrive, this 33 is incorrect, but if this were in the 50s and I only had 9 lives, once I have nimble, that's okay. Still a little sketch, but fine. So there's no one-size-fits-all answer. And it, which I realize is like kind of not useful, but you know, I try not to be too prescriptive when it comes to a lot of these things, because I'm just trying to make the most of what, you know, the game throws at me too. But yeah, 100 is a good number for a Forge Bro. For a Nimble Brother, especially like an offensive Nimble Brother, 80 is like fine. But those are really hand wavy. Like what do those numbers even mean? Like I really like Sword Masters, for example, for fatigue neutrals. I think it's like one of the best backgrounds possible for that role. And they're very rarely going to get up to 100 hit points. But I still consider that like the best background for that particular role, right? And so I know that they'll end up with less hit points than, say, an Oathtaker that I turn into a fatigue neutral, who should probably hit 100 or more, or a brawler. All right, let's fight these 9 serpents. We're going to try to make it so that because of our reach weapons, we end up getting the initiative on them. They'll use a whole turn just yoinking bros, and hopefully we can get some finishing attacks going. That's the hope. That's what I'm thinking. All right, we got little sections of high ground here that we're probably going to abandon to back up a little bit. Ooh, or not. Maybe we push forward. Shit. Why would they do this to me? This is interesting. Okay. All right, I'm going to wait and let the rest of them go. I think I want to see... I don't want to move until I kind of know where all of them are going to end up. So I'm just going to let them all go. Okay, they've got one more. All right. So their little snake grab thing has a range of 3 hexes. They can move 1 hex and then still grab. I think they've just got 9 AP, so the grab must be 6 or 7. I can't remember off the top of my head. kind of doesn't matter. They can move 1 AP or move 1 hex and then grab. So if I have everyone back up 2 hexes, that buys me a turn. They'll get closer than they were, probably. That would mean giving up this high ground. They'll probably take it. Am I okay with that? Maybe. I think I'm okay with it. God, I hate fighting serpents. I hate fighting serpents without dogs. I hate fighting serpents without nimble. But we also want to, you know, and weird things like this boulder existing and this high ground existing means they're going to move in potentially different amounts, which means they're more likely to make a little donut hole of death. And I hate that. That's just bad. That's just bad. But we're gonna back up and sort of get this started right. Yeah, so they really highly value this high ground. Most beasts just do. You could move more north than just back to leave the high ground far from line. I probably, yep. So I think that is what we're gonna do. Soji just tipped you though, messed up and showed as anonymous. The message is correct though. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I didn't, let's see. Thanks for diverting your playthrough to answer my question. You're much appreciated. Hey, thank you. I didn't set up any alerts like on screen or anything, but I did set up the chip jar as per your recommendation. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Rando dude lurking in chat. Hashtag 420. I love the default options that Stream Elements presented me were $3.33, 420, 669, and 1337. So I was like, okay, these are funny. And I left them. But hey, appreciated. So yeah, what I think we'll do is we'll actually end up backing up more to get them off of that high ground. But they've taken their opportunity to clump. But see, we got this crap like this guy back here. Ugh. All right. So if we go here, they can still move and grab. But if we move 3, well, they'll have to move off their high ground. So we're gonna move up and to the left, 3. We're moving them off their high ground. We're gonna slow play this a little bit. We're gonna try hard it. Did that serpent moving late just throw off my plan? Okay, that's terrifying because he can still grab. So, we're gonna move in the first half of the round. Ah, shit. I have to decide how much to retreat. This sucks, I hate fighting these stupid snakes. Line up your turns. Snakes, filthy snakes. I can move these 3 bros back and then wait on everyone else. I can move back 2 and then I'll see if I want to move 2 or 3. God, fucking snakes. Snakes, I don't know no snakes. Okay, so these bros are all fine. This guy's got to go back. This guy's got to go back. Okay, no one can get grabbed this turn now. Oh my god, what are they doing? I just want them to form one nice, neat, straight line. None of this squiggly line crap. Hey, Final Overdrive, the Danger Noodles. Shit, that is a good name for snakes. That is a great name for snakes. The Danger Noodles. Yeah, and the team's not like in the best shape at the moment. We've got some bros with some missing hit points that can easily be taken down. All right, I'm just gonna retreat down into the left 3. I'm also accumulating Okay, that guy decided to just go for it. Nixlarf's actually skilled enough he might be able to move out of this. Son of a biscuit. They're so weirdly scattered though. With hexes, you can set up your line on the angle. You don't need to make straight south-north. That's true. That's true. Split stakes are good snakes? Sort of. Until they reform into perfect... you know, holes. But I agree that split snakes are good snakes. Just really curious, these snakes that I can't see right now, where they'll go exactly. If I can just gang up on this snake and force them to do the turn that I said I wanted them to do, where they had to move and grab, that's still good. Not sure if more of them will follow the left wing. Yeah, I'm not sure either. That's the thing I'm really trying to figure out. Yeah, we're gonna retreat there, see where these go. Okay. This is actually probably okay. So I'm gonna attack and attempt to move away. So if I go here, this snake still can't grab him. Can't grab Nixlarf's. Oh, now he'll be able to. Okay. So I can make this guy lower on the turn order by attacking him with Hilmar and then running away so that the other snakes go first. That's actually kind of interesting. I'm gonna leave Nixlarf's where he is, I guess. Could maybe even... God, how much damage can I get done on him? Shit. Yeah, trying to get the snakes to split. I mean, I think the thing too is, as soon as there's weird terrain, snakes just start acting like God knows what they'll do. But again, there's melee contact existing, and again, enemies act weird when there's melee contact. If I can get this serpent lower in the turn order, this is actually a safe hex. No one can grab him. But this is not, okay. But this guy can back up 2 to here. As long as this guy's lower on the turn order. Okay. So when enemies get attacked, just like when you get attacked, it gives them just a little bit of fatigue. So if these are behind these in the turn order, what I'm hoping, thinking, dreaming will happen is that these will move forward to where they can't do anything. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what this turn will look like. Oh, it looks very good. This is great, actually. Right now, this is great. Let the record state. See, they've made the donut hole of death. They made the donut of destiny. There is one hex which we are not to enter. This is the weirdest snake movement you've ever seen. Honestly, me too. All right, so let's get Yakuba here. We're gonna get all our surrounds. And then we're going to go ham once those are all in place. Let's see, okay, so if we adrenaline here, we'll be at 45. We'll recover down to 30. If we recover down to 30, we'll have 27 usable fatigue next turn. Sweet. Let's do adrenaline. These guys really want to make the donut hole of death. Okay. Are they just worshiping the donut hole to their demise? Apparently. Oh, they got one. They got Zuri. Now Zuri already has 9. Decent melee defense. He's got dodge. Might be okay. So that's the serpent I really want to hit the most. Well, Zuri, what do we do? Let's attack this one. Let's just go for the kill. Sweet. And Zuri is fine. Well, Okay, that was a long, drawn out, and weird fight against serpents. But we got hit just twice total. Had to handle that one with kid gloves. God, I hate fighting serpents. They are so persnickety, you know? They're tough. They're tough. Oof, okay. God, can't it just be, can't we just fight hyenas? Can't we just, you know, get a fight against the enemy with like one of the best crafted attachments in the game? Can't we just have that? Oh, all right. All right, we're gonna sell the glistening scales. I guess we can hang on to the serpent skin. There's two things we can craft from this. One is the large powder bag, because we are gonna have at least one, maybe only one gunner. But when we do, the large powder bag will be, you know, nice. The other thing we can craft with it is the serpent skin mantle that we need the Noxer Fang, I think. So. Okay. So let's clear out the inventory a little bit. We'll get rid of Nomad head wrap and leather head wrap, the safe, threaded flail, the knives I think we don't need. The battle whip could be relevant. Two-handed scythe can go. Okay. Maybe buy more tools. It's a decent tools price, especially for a southern city. Let's just buy both. And 6 days of food. Actually, I think we're good on food. So let's make a little swath through the desert and head over to Tarwa. We can take a peek. This is some real greed. We can take a peek at El Hadet's southern armies, and if any of them are like injured after having fought some beasts, for example, maybe some serpents, and there's a small group of gunners or conscripts, we could fight them. Given that I'm saying that out loud, if we wanted to do that, nets could be handy. We got 3. It's harder for us to use them given we don't have quick hands on anyone. Probably won't, at least not for a little while, and we've got a lot of two-handed weapons. So I guess I won't pick up any nets. Feels weird. Okay, so we're gonna follow the road, but we'll skip north like right at this little break, and we'll, you know, we'll just see what we see. If we see some big chonky footprints, that's probably one of them southern armies marching around. But we've got the remnants of long past here. Man, the man splitter is so hard to swing. Takes a real man to attack with a man splitter. Manfred ain't doing it. He's a miner. He doesn't have that kind of fatigue. Who else could do it? Izuri. Could be Igladab, but it's kind of frightening. Kind of don't want him in the front. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's not. Barkud. He's probably reasonably capable. Somewhat. Like, kinda, sorta. Alright, this is the weirdest looking arrangement of bros I've probably ever had. But in a goofy kind of way, it sort of makes sense. We can be flexible as we need to reposition anyway. So one of the things I'm thinking is, this is it's one of two things, either nomads or ancient dead. That's what these hidden camps are in the south. I miss my poachers, being able to see exactly what they are, but we don't have that luxury. It's nomads. We could have waited for nighttime. It was almost night. But look at this. 3 whips. This is great. We have another potential boar spear we could pick up. Alright, so I'm going to wait and let both archers do their attacks. Got Final Overdrive, who's impatient. I will say, impatient can be such a bad thing, especially when we've got stabbed guts. Might just leave him where he is. He'll just be hanging behind. I guess I can move him like to here if I really wanted. Only one of them actually has an attack still, because they did do one attack on Nixlarfs. Whatever. Okay. So, Humbert can lock up this guy and make him the only target for next round. This outlaw is hanging in the back. We're good with it. I'm like completely ignoring the whips because they do not matter. They're gonna do literally nothing. Moving through the sand is very fatiguing. It's coarse, it gets everywhere, as everybody knows. Hate sand. Okay, and I could have done adrenaline, but I don't. There's no need. So right now, we've locked up this outlaw with Humbert, so he can only attack him. The whip's attacks don't matter. This guy has to move and attack once. This guy, when he moves, can't attack, and the archers can shoot. So, despite like battle lines meeting, they can do so little. Next turn. Good God, they almost made me look dumb. I was very close. I mean, everything I said was still correct, but they really gave Hilmar a run for his money there. Good God. I do want to see where that outlaw is going to go. Even though I know he could just rotate this Nomad Outlaw in, I think that's fine. fact, I kind of want him to. Secretly. I guess the secret's out now. Why would he move before? Okay, cool, great. Alright. Seeing if I could hit that outlaw instead of this outlaw. Hit him in the head. Might still be able to dagger him down for his armor. It's like slightly greedy, but not that greedy. Like a gentle amount of greed, you know? A light greeting. Got him. Could get this guy's armor too, because the whip, again, is kind of an irrelevant weapon. Not to Hilmar, though, who's almost lost all his armor. Nomads might be smarter than Briggies because they can wear hats, except that Nomads... That Nomad right over there, yeah. These Nomads are... They're not so bright, it seems. We're gonna pull out the dagger from a safe spot. The archers are doing a good job of hitting me. Don't love that. It's almost like I don't have any range defense. Almost. In case you're wondering, yes, we're being really greedy right now. We're gonna run Manfred all the way around. Go. Could attempt to move the Chaucer through zone of control here. Right? I mean, he only takes 4 body armor and a little fatigue damage. Or fatigue, I don't know, damage isn't the right word, but whatever. So we're definitely going to need to do something about the archers. The whips are going to do basically nothing. Nice. So yeah, I could move once to attack the archer or just get in melee range and not let him use his arching. I don't know if that was right or wrong. I think it was probably wrong. But it's what we did. Alright, got that guy to flee. Hilmar can't quite participate yet. Definitely the greed is real. Only have so many turns though before we like damage the armor just from, you know, normal wear and tear. Okay, got that guy. Got that guy. Might have Humpert go to the top part of the battlefield there. Okay, good. They finally started missing. Alright, that guy is now fleeing. You love to see it. Good. This is definitely a well-greeded battle. Much greed. Bonk. Okay, since killing that guy lets me get the get a full surround, so this guy no longer gets any turns fleeing. Boom, there's the full surround. This guy just needs like a regular stab to die. And we did it. Well, look at that array of armors. Chef's kiss. Wonderful. Too many whips. Not enough armor crackers. That was really, really good getting these armors. We still have a few bros in, well, some armor that we don't want to talk about. So we will now no longer talk about it. Because we got better stuff now. Nixlarfs, our fencer. Fencer. So next level is 100%, no questions asked, nimble. So this level could be just 9 lives. He's reached a point where his safety is very important to us. His safety is very important to us. So let's grab 9. It's a good perk. Very good perk. I don't know why I'm still not done handing out armors. I just saw that level up and got so excited. Let's continue. Continue the armor distribution. These patched mail shirts are like weird. They're a weird armor in that they're kind of inefficient fatigue numbers and not great. So I use them when I got them, but they're not a nimble set that I like to keep around. Same with the leather nomad robe. That one's no bueno. It's a little light anyway. Guess I could hand out this other boar spear. God, the team's still so scuffed. So very, very, very scuffed. Alright, Barcud. Kind of a Zergling build here. I guess he could kind of be a tempo tank too, except that we took fast adaptation. Not that that like precludes him. I'm just probably not going to take this one in melee skill. He is missing a finger. Would 3 of them be too many? I think the answer is yes. Could I and should I do it anyway? Also yes. This is quite different from how I normally build my companies. Those of you who have seen me play plenty. But I haven't had good bros for dedicated spear bros. It just hasn't happened. So this is weird. But, you know, it's the situation we're in. So I can either grab Shield Expert or Gifted. They are both about the same amount of melee defense, with the knockback skill having some utility, for sure. If I went Gifted, what would be the other stats I'd grab? Fatigue? I mean, I guess I could still grab melee skill. He could swing every once in a while. Sometimes it's relevant. Resolve? Kind of don't need Resolve right now with everyone starting confident. Could just grab Colossus? Sure. Maybe that's better. Hubert. Grab Gifted. And then defensive stats. Yakuba. You could definitely grab dodge, that's for sure. And yeah, sure, let's get resolve. Eagledub, one of our fencers. Fencer, not fencer. We'll skip the one in melee skill. I think that's fine. We've got plenty of other places we can allocate stat points and be pretty happy. This level, I'm thinking Gifted looks pretty solid. Here we will definitely hit up the primary skills, and we'll go ahead and bump up his initiative while we're at it. Manfred. Manfred's just a simple Zergling. Rolled comically low on all the things we need him to have stats in. Let's patch them up with Gifted. Was your team named Injury Enthusiasts? May as well be. We're pretty good at collecting injuries, but we're working on getting rid of some of them. Okay, all right. So some of us have stabbed guts. That's just what they're into, you know? Don't yuck my yum. All right, not seeing any Southern Army footprints. It's unlikely, even if we saw one, we'd be able to fight. They'd have to be pretty dwindled in their numbers. So we can just take the Moaning Sands Road on our way over to Tarwa. We'll take a look for footprints. Hey, speaking of footprints, a little easy nomad fight. We'll take it. A slinger and an archer, so we'll have to close the gap. They've got a nice little smattering of everything, kind of cute. Oath of Injury. There is an oath where you can't heal injuries. That does exist. I can't remember what the other I can't remember what the benefit is at all off the top of my head. Flagellant wannabes. Potentially. We did have a flagellant on our team at one point. Yeah, having Impatient here on Final Overdrive, at least with his current state of things, is kind of annoying. Oath of not as bad as the no XP one? God, yeah. Oath of Injury is no pay, I think. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Or maybe bonus EXP is not a bad oath, yeah. I feel like it's one of those oaths that, like, it's bad as your very first one, because it was offered to me. And I want to say it is additional EXP, but I don't really like it as my first one because any injuries sticking around for 10 days is just like, there's too much variance in that. Like, it's untenable if you get like a really bad injury on like one of your starting Oath Bros, which I did in the first fight, because starting Oath Bro Nixlarf's got punctured, and then I think had a pierced leg muscle, if memory serves correctly, something like that. Okay, we're just gonna move everybody up and ready to do battle. It probably makes 9 lives bad. Oh, it definitely is gonna make 9 lives bad. I agree with that. I agree with that. Oh, shoot. Kind of wanted him in this spot. Whoops. That's right. I'm not going to adrenaline here because we're going to let that nomad, we're not going to give him a free target. We can adrenaline next turn. We won't adrenaline next turn. My spot. Get off of my spot. Hilmar's got 9. Hey, that's my spot. We just talked about this, Mr. Nomad. Hey, that was my spot too. Get off. My spot. All right. Let's get that Nomad Slinger. He's not getting away. I guess I could dagger this armor down too, actually. Now that I like attack it once and then use my brain. Still can. Brain is one of the hardest organs to use. True. That is very true. I struggle to use mine often. Cool. Got that armor. Activated brain after, you know, testing its durability, right? That's what I was doing. Okay. Stitched Nomad armor. I guess we'll put it on over the linothorax, but we are going to keep the linothorax around. It fits into an interesting spot. Like if you get so if you get like a really good -6 fatigue helmet, like the assassin's face mask or even a named item, and then you throw like bone plating on a linothorax, I don't think that's unreasonable armor set. It's like an okay backup nimble armor to have just in general. So it fits for fashion. And we got some good fashion going on. A few places. Really it's just the Oathtakers looking good and everyone else, you know, I don't know, looking like they walked in off the streets. What I might do, move a slightly more efficient helmet on over to Bijante so we can make a little bit more likely to succeed in our turns where we want to use adrenaline. Let's head to Tarwa. We'll see what's here. We can make a large powder bag if we wanted. We will eventually use a gun, so we could just do it now. It's a little bit of a feels bad. They've got a sellsword for sale. I don't really want this squad to just be oops all sellswords, but for some reason that's kind of our situation. Sellswords are just so good. It's such a good background. Pretty decent sale price. We will probably make use of it. Not the best, not the worst, but I think it's good enough. Any reason to hang on to the composite bows? I don't think so. Definitely still gonna hang on to the crossbow. No need for the nomad sling or the woodcutter's axe, the two-handed scythe. Pole maces, I think we're pretty good. I guess some extra pole maces in case we fight ancient dead's not a bad idea. Will I make use of whips at all? Someone had suggested the idea of, what if I did the whip thing, banner whip thing? And I think since I already took Polar Mastery, I'm not going to do that. I don't think it's the worst build in the world. I just think it's... I don't know. Like, attacking with the banner's not that bad. It really isn't. For a lot of fights, anyway. There's a place for the banner's attack. It's not that bad. Like, are you gonna do much to an Orc Warrior? Well, no. But that's why you've got other bros. Alright, am I still hanging on to, like, too much stuff? This feels like too much stuff. I can put on that helmet on someone, for sure. I'd like to replace these ancient household helmets at some point. We can at least get rid of... Oh, now we don't want to sell it just in case one gets... Yeah, whatever. We can always put on the Nomad Light helmet. Feels like too much stuff. We're hanging onto the javelins for when the oath is complete. Hanging onto the crossbow for when the oath's complete. We're hanging onto the pole maces so that we can replace weapons if we fight Ancient Dead. We're hanging onto the arming sword to give bros for the pockets after we give them javelins. We're hanging onto the kite shields in case we want to equip those before we fight like goblins or ranged nomads. Spare sipars in case this one gets busted. Knife is for if we hire someone and want to give them a knife. For their backpack, we can sell that. I guess I kind of want to keep everything. The Linothorax is just backup nimble armor. Well, no one has nimble yet, but backup armor. I mean, I guess I can't really quite justify all the gossamer. I could make reinforced nets. Keep a little bit of gossamer for light padding replacement still if I wanted it later. Really don't want to lug it around just for that, but... Or just more reinforced nets. I'll make the reinforced nets. The large powder bag. Sure. We'll give it to its eventual home. Final Overdrive, we'll just have it equipped. May as well, right? We can put nets in pockets. Hey, Manifest Destiny's Child. Hello, hello. Okay. We cleared out a little bit of inventory space. Enough that, you know, I'm happy enough with it. So I could buy medical supplies here. They're pretty expensive. I kind of don't want to. Do I want to grab any potions specifically for, like, Barbarian Madman fight? Maybe, but I kind of don't want to lug it around. Could purchase the Cell Sword. He's pretty cheap. Tostig the dog. What is the dog? Is that just... So it can mean loyal. Or just simply be an affix for a cell sword, okay. So it'd leave us with 500 crowns, so 2 days worth of wages. His description. As a mercenary, Tostig the dog had never had to look long for work. With a sword and shield in hand, the mercenary appears to do what he does best for a living. He is said to be a reliable cog in any shield wall, displays some fine swordsmanship. Tostig says he can run any man through. Look, he doesn't have to be smart enough to know the difference between a spear and a shield. He's not a real dog, of course. A D-A-double-G. Na-na-na-na-na. Tostig the D-O-double-G. D-O-W-G. D-A-W-G. I don't know how to spell. And he actually also does come with like 2 reasonable pieces of armor, actually. Weirdly enough. I kind of like those. We definitely have some crap that we want to replace. We've got some, you know, tempo bros. We're pretty flexible to anything. We could take hybrids, we could take frontliners, we could take whatever. Kind of wanted to hire more Oathtakers only because of theme. I guess if I took this contract after hiring him, we could hire him. Sure. Alright, we'll do this contract. How far away is it? Oh, pretty close. Then we can be assured we'll have enough money. Okay. He's pretty sweet. He actually low-rolled melee defense. He was paranoid that made up for it. If he wasn't paranoid, he actually has some really good initiative. We could have made him one of our fencers. We will now no longer do that. But talent stars aren't in the right place. But, you know, drunkard and paranoid are doing some interesting stuff to him. He's fine. He's not like super exciting, but he's pretty good. He's got pretty decent starting secondaries, actually. And pretty decent, ish primaries. I don't know. He's okay. Definitely not hybrid or ranged bro type material. He min-rolled melee defense, yeah. He min-rolled melee defense. He at least made up for it with paranoid to kind of turn it into an average roll at the expense of initiative. But yes, that is very true. He min-rolled melee defense. 5 to 13 is the range that they can have. So he'll be fine. I might just make him into a boring normal fatigue neutral. He could be... yeah, no. I think he'll just be a boring fatigue neutral. I did talk about a build that I like... Still, oh, is it, do I even know my own commands? Oh yeah, Manifest Destiny's Child. Look at what I made. Look what I made. Look what I made. Look what I made. I made this. At your suggestion. Great suggestion. A+ suggestion. I made a thing. Is it bad? Is it dumb? Yeah. But it's for when we're cooking. Anyway, I was hoping to do some sort of like spear, the second link there, this lone wolf spear weirdness, and I have not found a suitable candidate for such a build, which is disappointing. And this guy isn't quite there either. He's maybe closer. If he rolled like straight 3s reliably in melee skill and melee defense, sure. But we really need really high melee skill for that build. So maybe he's just a regular fatigue neutral? That's probably what we'll make him. Realistically. regular fatigue neutral. We'll give him 9 though. All right, who should we have sit out? Which one of our... Hilmar. He can sit out for a bit. In fact, Hilmar is... well, he's looking rough. All right, the team of the injured. Exclamation mark name. If you'd like a bro named after you, simply request as such. I don't have a exclamation mark request for it. Do I have anyone here that's sticking around? Oh yeah, the guy I just... oh yeah, how about this? The guy I just hired. Tostig. Would you like this to be Mortimer Drock? I can change it back. You just let me know. Yeah, you can bully peasants? Perfect. Nothing like a good brawl. The team brawling, picking up some light wounds. Let's not pick up any more wounds. Little squad. Alright. Many nomad outlaws. So nothing too fancy. Could be more opportunities to dagger down some Amois. I've got one piece of armor here that'd be good. Could get another one of these 80s. You can name the donkey in your retinue after me. I wish we could name the donkeys and the dogs and all those things. It would be fun, you know? You know, I said I wanted this armor, but Pijante might just want that guy dead. Okay. Can move this guy forward and attack the outlaw back there. Don't hate that. Nice, hit him in the head. You'll love to see it. Go ahead and do that again next turn. Wow, stabbed him in the head. All right. Cool, great. Let's see. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a shield wall, but figured may as well just attack. Oh, not quite enough fatigue. Oh, wait, yeah. What am I talking about? No, he can. God. Yeah. I really, this is a perfect example of why I actually need to integrate more adrenaline into my play. I was like reluctant to do this build for some reason. Also, holy cow, we're gonna need to protect him. I was reluctant to do this build for some reason, but why? It's good. All right, let's repel, or just do that. Masterfully cured rations, good. Gets the Manifest Destiny's Child seal of approval. It's like USDA grade A rations or something. This guy is resolve, unwavering, even in the face of Daggers Out Squad. Admirable. Aha. Okay, I had a feeling he was going to do that. I can't believe he missed literally everyone. Including his ally. I don't blame him. I would have tried the old round swing too if I were in his shoes. Could go for a stun. Did not stun. Hit him in the head somehow. Wow. The tenacity of this guy. There we go. Okay. Now we'll just dagger, dagger, dagger. Cool. Got some armors. And that's all we really need. We got this scimitar too, kind of a nice little weapon. I don't think we'll have a place for it on the squad, but it's the thought that counts. All right, Yakuba. Tempo tank. I think we can grab dodge next level and take this initiative. I think over the +2 hit points. I think that's better. You just don't get hit. And then you're fine, especially if he's sitting in the front. Dodge is doing pretty well for his ranged attack too, or excuse me, ranged defense. He's got 11 at base. He even could potentially be a candidate for anticipation if we're going to keep him where he is. Anyway, back to Tarwa. Where it is dawn of a new day. So let's sell some stuff. We should be getting close. God, we're so far behind on levels. I just kind of got to remind myself that we spent basically 20 days with almost no EXP gain because of those stupid oaths. I mean, the first 10 days were 10%, 15% malice, whatever it was. And then that oath of despair, I think, what was it, oath of distinction? Anyway, to me it was the oath of despair. God, that sucked. So we're still, you know, not quite to nimble. I mean, I guess it's day 28. It's not, I mean, that's fine actually. It's not that far behind. But anyway, we've got kind of these extra nimble armor sets. I think these stitched nomad armors do pretty well for that. I could buy like an indebted or something to put it on. Now that I have a drunk, I kind of have reason to use indebted as inventory slots to keep certain things safe. So I could just go ahead and get those now. Some of these bros that are like crappy, like Manfred here, on their final level up, I can give them bags and belts and just put them in, you know, in the waiting area, because they only cost, you know, 8 crowns daily. So even after 100 days, that's 800 crowns. That's like, over the course of 100 days, that's really kind of nothing. So it's not even that big a deal. Regardless, I could still pick up like 1 indebted. I was gonna say, it'd be crazy if he had like incredible talent stars and I actually wanted to use them. That would be funny. I mean, Hilmar is gonna end up kind of being set up to be replaced here too. So let's set up like this. We can actually hand out. Yeah, so he's just holding on to things. He's holding on to things for us, you know? Hilmar's basically there already, isn't he? He's really pretty bad. Costs 9 daily. You once recruited an indebted that turned out to be a literal god. Yeah, I mean, it can happen, right? They don't have that bad of stats. You know, if you max rolled in melee skill and melee defense and then had like 3 talent stars in each or something, like, that's absolutely a thing. And it's kind of cool when that happens too. It's a real feels good. Doom 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 doom. You know, I think isn't that song Feels Good Inc? I think so. Okay. So we'll keep those armors, we'll keep the man splitter. He's like 1 star HP, 2 stars melee attack, and 3 stars melee defense and max roll combat stats. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. That's awesome. Okay. So let's sell the scimitar, we'll sell the nomad mace. We'll sell one of these sipars, 2-handed mallet. Do we need a 2-handed mallet? Does that do much for us? Kind of. But we'll get rid of the 2-handed scythe, woodcutter's axe. Hang on to 1 more pole mace, we'll get rid of these. Yeah, something like this. This is a little closer to what I'm feeling good with. Tools are an okay price for a southern city. 6 days of food, pretty okay. All right. Well, I think that actually is a good place for me to call it for the evening. Let's see. Who do we got playing what? Not a whole lot. But, you know, one of my favorite streamers, who's probably where I'm going to hang out just a little bit while I'm getting ready for bed, is a fella by the name of Dolphin Chemist. And he's playing some Peglin, which is a very silly roguelike Peggle game. I've played it. I played the demo. It was fun. He's a fun dude. So to all of you, wherever you are in the world, whether day or night, make it a good one. Ta-ta.